Bom dia a todos. Já já vamos começar o nosso evento. Eu vou pedir que vocês se acomodem e encontrem já os seus assentos. Teremos tradução simultânea, então
have a simultaneous translation, so those of you that would need the translation devices, please, you can go to the reception where you will find equipment. So we'll give you a few minutes for you to fetch the equipment.
Olá, bom dia mais uma vez.
Good morning once again. Please, if you can take your seats. I would like to remind you about the simultaneous translation devices. If you haven't got them, please, you can go to the reception to get them.
Muito bem, bem-vindos.
Welcome
Bem-vindos ao primeiro
to the
Simpósio
first
Internacional de Educação
International
Infantil,
Symposium of Early Childhood Education organized by Fundação Bracell. Welcome all of you that are following us in social media. Welcome you all. This event is in collaboration with Insper and UNESCO and the Laboratory of Action Against Poverty, JPAL, and the Advanced Institute of Studies of the University of São Paulo. I am the presenter and moderator, and it's a huge pleasure to be with you all in this event about a very important issue, the early childhood education. So this event is also the launch of the Bracell Foundation. Our aim today is to promote a high-quality debate about early childhood education in our country. We count with your support, the academia, NGOs, the press, public officials, and other partners related to early childhood education in Brazil. To start with the first International Symposium of Early Childhood Education, I would like to call to the scenario Vincent Gavi, CEO of Bracell Foundation, a member of the Executive Board of Bracell Foundation. A round of applause, please. Good morning.
Bem-vindo todos.
Welcome you all.
That's the only Portuguese I know. So anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us here for this very good event, prestigious event, and thank you for all of you who are following us on online event. You know, the event is also on the social media platforms. Special thanks to our distinguished panelists who accepted our invitations to join us here to discuss on a very important and relevant issue, early childhood education. And I know education is very, very important because my father was an educationist, so I really pay an important, it's a very important thing how we use education for improvement of our lives. I also want to humbly greet and welcome the government representatives, members of the civil society, members of academics, the press, and other partners in early childhood educations in Brazil. I'm confident that you all will bring a valuable insight, and ideas to this debate and to this discussion which we're going to have it today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, JPAL, Insper, UNESCO, and Advanced Studies Institutes. They are our partners who are organizing this seminar. Bracell Foundation has been operating in Brazil since January 2024. It's a very young foundation in Brazil. And it is another testimony or a proof point for Bracell as organizations, our long-term commitment in this country, Brazil. The foundation is a philanthropic arm of our company shareholder, Tanato family. The objective is to support systemic social changes in the social areas, in the most relevant areas in whichever countries we are operating in. So let me brief you very quickly on about Bracell and our parent group RGE. Bracell is a Brazilian company affiliated or part of an international group, RGE, headquartered in Singapore. So RGE is a large resource-based organization having operations in Indonesia, China, Spain, Canada, and now in Brazil. So we are a very diverse business group. We are in resource-based industries. We are market leaders in respective segment, whether it is pulp or paper or tissue or viscose or palm oil, and we are also in clean energy. So our purpose, RG's purpose, is improving lives by developing resources sustainably. And this is one of the very important purpose which also goes into our foundation, which family brings those values over there. RGE is worldwide, is about $35 billion asset organization, and we have about 70,000 employees worldwide. When we talk about Bracell is operating in Brazil for last 20 years, and we started our journey in 2004, and today we have more than 11,000 our own employees working in state of São Paulo, state of Bahia, state of Mato Grosso do Sul. We are as I said, we are one of the global leader in dissolving pulp, specialty pulp, kraft pulp, which is paper grade pulp, as well as tissue paper. And the foundation is totally separate from our company's corporate social responsibility or CSR. Foundation has a complete philanthropic arm, and company has its own CSR activities happening over there. So over the last 3 years, more than 340,000 people have been benefited directly or indirectly from our corporate social responsibility or CSR projects and program in various states where we are operating. And at the end of last year, we have launched Bracell 2030, our roadmap to sustainability. It has ambitious targets, it has ambitious commitments on multiple fronts aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal or SDG. And one of them is empowering lives. Our goal is to build more inclusive world by developing our people and community surrounding us and to grow with them. And we also operate wherever RG's core operating philosophy is aligned with our founders' 5C business philosophy. And what is 5C? It's very core to us. 5C is whatever we do, it has to be good for the community where we are operating. It has to be good for the country where we are. It has to be good for the climate. It has to be good for the customer. Then only it will be good for the company. And with that philosophy, business philosophy, we put a lot of focus and attention on these 4 C's, and then it will become good for the company. And we really believe that this is the way to make a difference in the country. And please allow me to play a short video about how we are doing positioning of Bracell in Brazil and how we have been working and we are trying to make a difference over here. Can we have a video, please?
Pensar grande, considerar o todo, ter a perspectiva geral, entender a distância, impactar em escala, evoluir exige esse olhar, mas ser a mudança que se sustenta ao longo do tempo vai além. É analisar cada aspecto, cuidar de perto, observar diferentes ângulos, adaptar-se sempre, buscar o novo a todo momento. Se você acredita que fazer a diferença é fazer diferente, a Bracell é como você. Na forma como cuidamos das florestas de eucalipto, conduzimos nossos processos de última geração, impulsionamos nossas pessoas e as comunidades, nos responsabilizamos pelo meio ambiente e contribuímos para o desenvolvimento do país. Bracell, fazer a diferença em cada detalhe.
Thank you. And today we are delighted to have Benny Lee, with us from Singapore. He is Executive Vice President of RGE and CEO of Tanoto Foundation. And Tanoto Foundation is a Singapore-based philanthropic group, arm of RG Group, basically run by our shareholders. And Bracell Foundation is affiliated with Tanoto Foundation, and we share the same mission. I would like to invite Benny on the stage to share some of his views, global views about Tanoto Foundations, and he will make us understand that what the foundation is doing in rest of the part of the world, and how Bracell Foundation can inspire and scale up our operations over here as well. Benny, please. Thank you very much, and thank you for have a good day here.
Thank you, Praveen, and good morning to everyone. I'll be speaking in English because I do not know Portuguese. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the first International Symposium on Early Childhood organized by Bracell Foundation. I think Praveen already mentioned very briefly that Bracell Foundation has only been started this year, but its affiliate, which is Tanoto Foundation, where I come from, has been around for more than 40 years as an international philanthropy. So let me begin by sharing a bit about our foundation, which was founded by Mr. Sukanto Tanoto and Mrs. Tina Bingay Tanoto as part of their way of showing gratitude. Tanoto Foundation can trace its beginnings to 1981, when Mr. and Mrs. Tanoto set up a kindergarten and primary school in Bersitang, Indonesia, where their company first has its own operations. What started as a project to help vulnerable children gain access to education, eventually, over the years, became a global philanthropy, bringing real and significant impact to societies around the world. Today, while the foundation remains committed to the mission of harnessing the transformative power of education to uplift people's life and improve people's full potential, Tanoto Foundation has expanded our operations to beyond Indonesia to include Singapore, China, and the Americas. Our philanthropic approach has also extended beyond financial support to include strategic engagement, knowledge sharing, and resource alignment with our partners so that we can amplify the impact of our philanthropic effort. For example, in Indonesia, we partner the World Bank and the Gates Foundation to be a founding member of a multi-donor trust fund to implement a multi-year, multi-million-dollar program called Investing in Nutrition and Early Years in support of the Indonesian government's national strategy in stunting prevention. In China, we work with the China Foundation for Rural Development and local governments in 6 provinces, 10 cities, and 15 municipalities to operate about 125 early childhood centers, bringing parenting best practices to more than 6,000 families in rural communities. In Singapore, we recently launched an education community within the Philanthropy Asia Alliance with the aim of working with like-minded alliance members to adopt a comprehensive philanthropic private-public partnership, or what we call a PPPP model, so that we can scale up programs to increase support for impactful programs across Asia. Our chairman has always believed that we should contribute back to the societies where our businesses operate. I think just now Praveen mentioned the 5C philosophy, which I will repeat here, because this is very much in the DNA of our business groups. Our 5C philosophy: everything we do, we must do good for the community, do good for the country, do good for the climate, do good for the customers. And only then will it be good for our business. We emphasize on the first 4 C's before we talk about our business. Citing our philanthropic activities in areas where we have a presence also means that we will be more familiar with the local context, which I think is extremely important, because if we want to catalyze the impact of our programs, we need to understand the local context. So, having been doing business in Brazil for more than 20 years, it is therefore natural that we do more for the community here. Today's symposium is another milestone for us because it also marks a significant foray for us into the social sector in Brazil. We are using the opportunity of today's symposium to formalize the launch of Bracell Foundation, the youngest affiliate of Tanoto Foundation. Through Bracell Foundation, we hope to anchor our philanthropic activities in Brazil and expand our collaborations with other like-minded partners like all of you present today. In closing, I would like to thank our partners, including UNESCO Brazil, Insper, JPAL, and the Institute for Advanced Studies at the University of Sao Paulo, for working with us to make today's symposium possible. On behalf of Bracell Foundation, I also want to express our excitement in collaborating with everyone present today in the days ahead to create local and regional centers of excellence in education, so as to ensure that every child in Brazil has access to quality education and development. We believe in shaping the future of education together with all of you. Thank you, and obrigado.
Thank you so much, Praveen and Benny. Muito obrigada. Bastante motivador, não é? Saber que temos.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring to know that there are leaders that work in areas of such importance in education. So today we're going to have a lot of talks and debates. In the 1988, important norms in education highlight early childhood education, supporting new places and vacancies, instituting the national base for a curriculum, national curriculum. Despite of the efforts, two challenges are posed: the equitable access and the quality of service. So how to implement these norms as the national guidelines for early childhood education, how to qualify professional training in the early stages and continuous education to match the specificities of each period of life, how education can contribute to better achievements and results in education, in basic education, and how the three spheres of government at the state, municipality, and federal level can coordinate successful public policies. These topics will be the core of our discussions today. So I would like to the stage our first panel. Eduardo Queiroz, President of Bracell Foundation. Welcome. A round of applause, please. Please, if you can sit in the middle. Rebecca Odora, Education Coordinator of UNESCO Brazil. And Cristina Pinto, Professor at Insper Institute and Coordinator of the Bracell Network. Welcome. Eduardo, you have the floor.
Alô? Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Uma emoção e uma grande honra.
I'm very moved to be here and see so many familiar faces. I'm really happy to be here celebrating the first International Symposium of Early Education, Early Childhood Education in Brazil. I would like to thank all the attendants and those of you that are attending the event online, and all of you for being here attending this event so as to debate important issues about early childhood education here in Brazil. So let me talk a little bit about the Bracell started our operations in December last year. We had our official number and registration last year. So last year we started working in 2023. We started working in the planning aspects so as to better understand how we can operate in Brazil in the field of early childhood education and make it to improve it at national level. So, as it was mentioned, we are part of a philanthropic initiative. We are area of an important mission of social responsibility. And we have an important approach regarding philanthropy through the Tanoto Foundation, and now we are starting operations here in Brazil. So when we thought about the Bracell Foundation, we thought about three pillars to guide our activity. First, early childhood education, that's our main pillar. We strongly believe that there is a lot of room to work in this area, and I'm sure that all of you believe in this, and that's why you're here. And our aim is to put the early childhood education in the Brazil's agenda. We believe that education is important in all its periods, but we also believe that early childhood education is not at the level it should be, and it's not given the importance it should be giving. So if we think about the foundation for a house, for instance, if we don't have a strong foundation, then we will have structural problems in that house. So that's why it's so important to strengthen early childhood education, especially when we speak about the most vulnerable children. We have to take care of them because all of them need to access public education. And research shows, not only in Brazil, but also we have researchers here, but international research shows that early childhood education really makes a difference in the terms of the performance in the elementary school, and also to get lower levels of dropout in junior highs. Also, it prevents crime, so and children and youth to be engaged in crime. So it also provides better conditions for employment. And now speaking a little bit about our work in Brazil, we have started working here 5-6 months ago, but we have done important steps forward so far. This event is an example of that, in partnership with the University of São Paulo, of Ribeirão Preto, with Museo and the UNESCO. And this event, as well as in Insper, so this event, we hope to have an annual gathering. The first one is being held here in São Paulo, and perhaps in the future we can think about other places where we can spread word about the importance of early childhood education around the country. So we have just made a partnership with UNICEF. They are working hard in this area so as to bring back students that have dropped out from school. So we are engaged in conversations with Bracell, and now we have formally signed an agreement with UNICEF as our partners in Asia work together with UNICEF as well. So, and as you all know, we have launched a call for proposals to invite organizations that already work in early childhood education in 3 states, in Bahia, São Paulo, and Mato Grosso do Sul, and work together with municipal and state government to scale up projects so as to improve the quality of education for children and to improve professional education. So our focus is in early childhood education. Well, those who know that know me know about my trajectory in this field, and we are going to work through partnerships. So we don't intend to lead projects in this field. So we know that early childhood education also considers aspects of health and so on. So today, another event in this regard is held about this topic, and we hope that President Lula will pass on the national policy for first childhood education in Brazil. So we are doing our best to exert pressure for this initiative to be signed by the president. And now we have partnerships with leaders in a broader approach. Considering education, we believe that we need leaders as public officials so as to pay better attention to education as a whole, to improve quality, and we want to work in the field of capacity building for those public officials and leaders. Our idea is to improve the training of our educational professionals. And that's why we are working with Laura Machado and Laura Brill professors and Ricardo Paus de Barro professor in Insper Institute. We are thinking about a training course for those leaders. So the main objective of this symposium is to talk to the specialists in this area, leaders in the NGOs and the academia, so as to debate on how to move forward in the field of early childhood education. And the main message is that at the end of the day, for us to be inspired and motivated just to improve early childhood education in Brazil. And to improve this field. So we need to tackle this issue, and we need to work in terms of access and quality. I would like to give the floor to Rebecca from UNESCO. from the very beginning, where we started talking about this project. From the very beginning, they supported the idea of organizing a symposium and working in the field of early childhood education. So for my team, it's a great honor to have you here, Rebecca, and to have the UNESCO as a partner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eduardo. It's an honor for us to be here as well. So the foundation is starting very strongly with a lot of partners. So my voice is not good so today. So but first I would like to greet Eduardo and our partners, Insper Institute, that offer this space, the USP and Ribeirão Preto, that's where I graduated, and the Ministry of Education, represented by Rita, that is a huge partner, Alessio from Ongimi, the Padula Secretary. Thank you very much for being here. And the CEO of Tanoto, CEO Benili, that also came to UNESCO to talk to us. And sorry if I forget about mentioning any of the partners. So it was a real pleasure to talk to Eduardo and start talking about care in the early childhood education. So I've been working in UNESCO for 23 years. It is not easy to find private partners to work in this area. Private sector is concerned about working in the areas of high schools and so on. And it's hard to find private initiatives in this field of early childhood education and care. That's the base. And if the foundation is not robust and solid, we won't attain good results in learning in the future. As you well know, in Brazil, there is a gap in terms of literacy. We are facing problems that are going to be tackled by Bernadette Guetti about teachers training, and also we face problems about access. The early childhood education still works through partnerships with different institutions, and there are still many challenges ahead so as to be overcome. So we need these new partners. It's important to strengthen public policies. That's where we are working in connection with President Lula. I think that the Ministry of Education have signaled that is going to work in this area, but we also need other partnerships with the commitment and engagement of the society to work in this area, and also the foundations that are associated to big private companies should also consider this as a priority. So it was very interesting to have you, and it is gonna, and we see with very good eyes these partnerships. We appreciate being approached by your foundation, and we are engaging in this agreement. This event is the first step in this partnership, and we are planning to launch a declaration that is the Tashkent Declaration that focus in this field. Our colleague from UNESCO Uruguay will present this declaration to all of you very soon, and I hope to be able to start an enriching debate, and so we can reflect together about these issues, and for us all to have a very enriching event. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Cristina, that is a professor of Insper and a coordinator of J-Ball Network. So she's wearing these two hats today. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to receive you all in the Insper Institute and also in name of the GPAL networks. I'm the coordinator of research in Insper Institute, so that we want to impact society through the training of leaders through applied research. Sorry, I don't have a sound. Within this mission, we also work this JPOL network. For those of you that are not acquainted with this, it is a network of researchers all around the world that was founded from MIT professors, and that has as a mission is to eradicate poverty through public policies based on the scientific evidence. In this context, Insper JPAL have a lot in common, and it's an honor to be the headquarters of JPAL network in Brazil. So we promote research and training. Why is it an honor to hold this event here? Because it is completely aligned with our objectives. As Eduardo mentioned, we work in the field of having scientific evidence to promote and strengthen the children's development and schooling in Brazil. As it was said, in Brazil, the access is very important, but it should be of quality as well. In the second round of debates, we are going to see how is the incidence we want to have in early childhood education in Brazil. We see that we are lagging behind about the scientific evidence in Brazil. So it is an honor to be hosting this event and also to have this partnership regarding research. So welcome you all, and I'm sure that we're going to have a very productive day ahead, very relevant for the public policies in education in Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Rebecca, you can stay there because you're going to participate in the next panel as well. As Eduardo said, there are so many challenges ahead, so that's why events like this one are so important, so as to make progress in these regards. So now we are going to rearrange the scenario for the next panel. Along the last 3 decades, different norms were implemented regarding daycare units and preschooling. The next panel is the launch of the Tashkent Declaration. It's a world reference for improving early childhood education in the world. You will find a copy of the document in the bag you were given at the entrance. I would like to call to the stage to present this document. Well, Rebecca Otero is the coordinator of the education sector in UNESCO. I would like to welcome Carolina Bracell, a specialist in education from Uruguay. Welcome. I would like to invite to comment on this document Rita Coelho, General Coordination of Early Childhood Education from the Ministry of Education. Welcome, Rita. And to be the moderator, I would like to invite Gabriel Correa, is Director of Public Policies of Todos por la Educación, Everyone for Education, All for Education. So if you would like to ask questions, you can use the QR code that is going to be shown in the screen, and those following us in internet can also use the code that is posted in the chat box. At the end of the panel, we are going to open for questions and answers. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Gabriel Correos from All for the Education Institution. I would like to describe myself. I am 1.77 m. I have brown hair, wear glasses. I have a pink shirt and black trousers. I'm on the left side of the scenario. So I would invite everyone to describe yourselves before addressing the audience. So thank you very much for the partnership with All for Education. It's an honor to be the moderator of this panel with so many important specialists, and also to thank the attendance with representatives of very important institutions and the Ministry of Education and the secretariats at the municipality level. It is very important all the support and partnerships so as to promote early education at the different levels, so we have a highly qualified public, and I congratulate the organizers of the event for these efforts. So, since we don't have much time for this panel, I would like to highlight 3 important points. First, the importance of the Tashkent Declaration that is going to present it here. Brazil is a signatory, and that can promote Brazilian government's initiatives regarding early childhood education. So, as a member of a civil organization, I would like to highlight the importance of these initiatives to improve early education in the early childhood education in the country. As Edu mentioned, today in Bracell, we have a meeting of the Council of Sustainable Development of the Presidency, where different members are working in the area of early childhood education. Many of you have contributed in this report with recommendations for policy regarding the early childhood education in the country, and that document is going to be presented to the presidency so as to have guidelines in this area at federal and national level, so as to have an integrated policy regarding early childhood education. And also I would like to highlight that yesterday, since we are speaking about early childhood education, President Lula presented the National Education Plan in Congress. It is a very ambitious program that focuses bridging the gaps in terms of disparities in education. It addresses the access but also the quality of education. So, of course, that's going to be debated, but the first important step regarding the early childhood education was made yesterday, presenting this document in Congress. So now I would like to give the floor to Rebecca. So, well, I have the mission to introduce Rebecca Mostaza. She's a master's degree in education from the University of Brasília. She worked in Campinas University and from federal government for 15 years. Since September 12 of 2013, she is the head of education at UNESCO Brazil.
Thank you, Arvid. Thank you for being always our partners. The idea today here, I'm not going to talk too much today because I'm going to leave my colleagues to make the presentation of the declaration. The idea today is to talk about, to present the declaration, which is a tool. It's an international tool that we use to advocate for early education and the care in early childhood. So my idea today is to introduce the topic and then to let Carolina speak, who has come from our regional office from UNESCO Uruguay to present for us, because she followed the whole process of the elaboration of the declaration. Firstly, I would like, before I ask her to begin her part, I would like to show a little bit of the milestones of where most of you obviously know. UNESCO, as an international organization, has many roles. One of them being be a lab of ideas, develop research, promote global standards of where countries can agree on determined standards for different topics. Also, to promote international cooperation, promote development in science and culture of development. So UNESCO usually asks, they have 194 member states, and UNESCO invites all these member states to work on a diverse number of topics where they agree, where they reach an agreement on different topics and make and sign these agreements for the development of the world. So it is very important that we appropriate ourselves of these international agreements so that we can advocate for them in local policies in each country. So these are tools that we have to appropriate ourselves of so we can use them. So I think it's important to translate them into Portuguese and present these tools so that you can appropriate yourselves of them and use them in legal terms, and to be so that we can acknowledge the milestones. And besides that, we also have focused since 2015 on the SDGs. There are 17 SDGs. A lot of them have to do with early childhood and care in early childhood, as, for example, eradicating poverty. That's essential for early education, and also zero famine and health and well-being. That's super related to the care in early childhood. So the first SDGs here are all completely related and favorable for the development of and look after our children well. In the SDG number 4, it is for monitoring, to monitor this SDG and implement this. Together with UNICEF, we work with implementing this SDG. So we work with different countries and different partners in the sense of specifically in SDG number 4, it is essential for us to have equitative education. Okay, there's a problem here, I'm sorry. So in 2012, UNESCO elaborated the World Forum on Education, and today in the Ministry of Education, I see Alexander here from the Ministry of Education in Brazil, who is a partner of UNESCO in elaborating the Global Education Meeting that will be after 2020 in Fortaleza in late October, early November. It will be an honor for Brazil to host this World organization where we will debate topics such as early education and other related terms with education. Ministers of education from around the world, from all member states, will be present. And in 2012, we had this meeting, in World Education meeting in South Korea, in Incheon, where we had the Declaration of Incheon, which was a milestone for the development of the SDG number 4, which is the one related that we have to reach an inclusive and equitative and quality education, and to promote the education for all people. So this is what we have been working on all over these years. The SDG number 4 has 7 objectives, which include primary and secondary education, development of early and childhood education, and the other objectives here which are focused on professional education and the education of youngsters, and several other objectives, such as related to implementation of safe places to learn, and capacitation of teachers, which is basic, also granting fellowships and other areas, but mainly in all the areas, but in several areas. So what we work focused on SDGs, on this SDG number 4. Okay. Here, the objective 4.2 is the one related to early education, and until 2030 it is to guarantee that all girls and boys have access to quality development in early education, care and early education, so that they are ready to start the school. So do you think that we are going to meet this SDG in 2030? Does anyone please raise your hand if you believe that we're going to reach this in 2030? So in the SDGs for Education for All program for 2015, Brazil only reached 2 out of 15 objectives. Actually, it was just 1.5, because the equity of gender, we only reached half of it. So it's a lot. It's a lot of work that we have ahead of us. So it is very difficult to reach these objectives, but we have to have them in mind, and we have to make progress to the future, so that we can reach as most of them as we can. It is complex, but we have to step by step, slowly put our efforts and reach these SDGs. Well, here for UNESCO, education and care in early education is related to services, activities, and intervention for children since they're born until they're 8 years old. So that considers also early education, protecting them, promoting health, nutrition, and supporting them in their development, in their physical, cognitive, social, and emotional development. It recognizes the importance of the first years of emphasizing a holistic approach integrated with health and development of learning as a child. And it's important is we have to invest in education, and we have 6.6% of national investment and 2% in third world, in developing countries. So we have to have the governments, and we believe that there is no priority that we do not have financing. We need, if there's no financing, if there are no resources, that means there's no priority. So it's the best thing is like have 1 or 2 priorities, or 3, and invest financial resources, then have 3 priorities and not have any financing funds. So we're going to see when we have the national plan on education, if they do make efforts and fund the government. So they are going to fund the literacy, technologies, and if I'm not mistaken, yes, and full-time education. So I think 3 priorities, and they're going to invest and put them on those 3 priorities. So I think it is important to focus on the priorities. And just to finalize here, some essential elements to improve education, early education. We can expand the right in investing in education. So education is a right. Every child has that right. There's no other idea behind that. It is a right every child has. And investing in that is essential. And for that right to be exercised, we have to invest in it. So we have to have the training of teachers, capacitate the teachers so that they're well, so that we can have quality training and have good early education. This is looking after a child, even if it's a child from 0 from 3, is not something that is something that's not important. You have to have training. You have to know what you're working with. So teachers have to be educated and trained. Also, one thing is thinking about the parents. Another thing is the professional, the teacher who's looking after this child. So they have to be well trained. Also, we have to promote early education as a basis for the basis of schooling. That's what Eduardo said. It has to be the basis, the structure, the fundament for a child going into good school. And we also have to support both children and those legally responsible for a child. So nowadays in Brazil, we have a huge number of, in Brazil, out of 10, every 3 adults, they are semi-illiterate. So many times the parents, they are not literate. So we have to have a special attention towards this parent who is looking after this child because they're not literate. So this is fundamental. So if that's good, so that we reach the quality that we're desiring. So then there's a learning curve there. And with that, it is essential to focus on that part of that stage of education. Moving forward a little bit, I would like to show 3 publications from UNESCO. These are recent reports from UNESCO. Carolina will speak on this 3rd one, on the last one, when she is going to talk about the declaration. And there are several other publications that you can go on UNESCO doc. We have a repository with several publications in Portuguese, English, Spanish. I don't know if you know, Portuguese is not a United Nations language. So UNESCO Brazil, we make an effort to translate these documents into Portuguese. So we have a lot of documents there that have been published in Portuguese. I'm going to stop and I'm going to invite Carolina and our moderators so that we can move forward on this debate. Thank you very much for your attention this morning. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Now I'd like to invite Carolina Canal. She has a PhD from Pittsburgh University. She has also worked at Yale, and she is in capacitating teachers. And she works in the area of education in Switzerland, Chile, and Germany. And now she works at UNESCO office in Uruguay.
Good morning.
I want to speak in English. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. Many thanks to Fundación Bracell for this invitation to be here with all of you and all the other partners as well, also to our colleagues from the office in Brasilia for this invitation. And we especially congratulate Fundación Bracell for this new path of commitment to early childhood education. We know the benefits that this will bring to every child and to society at large. And so we will be further discussing, and I'm sure during the symposium, of the benefits that are entailed by investing in early childhood education. So as my colleague Rebecca had introduced, I will be presenting on the Tashkent Declaration, how this declaration that you have with you now in Portuguese came to be. It's a very long process. I will refer as well to what has been agreed upon in the Tashkent Declaration and a few of the next steps. Wait. No, there's no content.
Um probleminha técnico aqui na apresentação, mas já vamos resolver. A gente vai fazer uma inversão aqui na ordem das apresentações.
We're gonna change the order of presenters so as to fix the technical problems.
All right. Sorry, it happens sometimes. So we're back to see how this declaration, the birth of the declaration, which took place already in 2022. That was November in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. We have it now in all languages, thanks UNESCO, Bracell. And so as my colleague Rebecca referred to, it's important for us to understand what is the context of this declaration in the work that UNESCO does. Sometimes we take for granted that everybody knows what UNESCO is about. I have been in places, I remember one time I was picked up by a taxi driver in India, in Bangalore, when I was attending a conference related to technology and education. And he says, which organization are you coming from? And I said, UNESCO. And then he says, is that a tech company? And I said, no, but we do work in things related to technology and education. So UNESCO was established in 1945, 1946. Our constitution was adopted in 1945 and enforced in 1946 with this vision of, since wars begin in the minds of men and women, it is in the minds of men and women that the defenses of peace must be constructed. And so how do we do this? We bring people and nations together in relation to achieve peace and security, and we do it through education, science, culture, communication, and information. How do we do this? Rebecca referred to this very quickly. I will skip this a bit. We are a laboratory of ideas with policy advice. We do policy analysis, and we establish standards and normative instruments. And that's where the Declaration of Tashkent is situated. But it's also very well connected with the other functions that we have, such as we're a catalyst. We strengthen international and regional cooperation. We bring together alliances. We promote knowledge generation. We share knowledge. Knowledge is good. Evidence is good for policy development and implementation. And we help and assist member states in further developing their capacities, institutional and human capacity for policy development and implementation in our fields of competence: education, science, culture, communication, and information. It's important to know a bit about the governing structure of UNESCO, because it's precisely with one of these, the General Conference, that the Tashkent Declaration came to be. UNESCO has 193 member states, so I can say 194, so there must be an additional one recently. It's the governing body that determines the main lines of work, and it meets every 2 years. All these states meet, they meet in Paris, to define and approve our program of work. The executive board meets twice a year, and it's composed of 55 member states, and it examines and monitors the implementation of the organization's program. And us, the Secretariat, we implement the organization program, which is anchored around the 17 goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Education transforms lives. Education is a human right all throughout life. And we are the only UN agency with a mandate to cover all aspects of education. As Rebecca was saying, we have 10 targets for SDG 4. We cover all of them, from birth until we die, basically. That's what also lifelong learning is about. Early childhood care and education is situated in the second target that Rebecca was referring to. And so here we are now to how the Declaration of Tashkent came out of what was called the Second World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education that took place in November of 2022. It was the UNESCO General Conference that approved in its 41st session that this conference should take place. And this General Conference took place in 2021. So we had some months to really bring together 155 countries came together in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan. The previous conference had taken place 10 years before. Actually, it was 12 years because probably of COVID, and it took place in Moscow 10 years before. So the purpose of this conference was calling all member states and their development partners to recommit to Target 4.2. All this was preceded by a regional work that involved all regions of the world: the Arab states, Africa, Europe and North America, Asia and the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean. All of these consultations, they produced regional reports. At the same time, there were several thematic consultations that UNESCO organized, background papers, a lot of evidence that came out, and a lot of recommendations at the regional level of what should be the priorities for early childhood care and education. And all these meetings that took place, all these reports, all this knowledge fed into the Second World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. I will refer to the one that we organized in Latin America and the Caribbean, which brought 29 member states to discuss issues related to early childhood care and education around four themes: policy frameworks, governance and financing, the quality and inclusion of early childhood care and education, the workforce of early childhood care and education, and the monitoring capacity that member states have to follow what's been the progress towards target 4.2. We asked member states, Brazil was there, for example, which factors are limiting or promoting a good articulation among policies, services, and resources, which initiatives are effectively expanding and channeling financial sources towards ECCE. What are the challenges in policy, program, and institutional structures to achieve inclusive and quality ECCE? We asked them, if you would have the opportunity to bring a radical change, what would you propose in order to improve quality in your country, ECCE quality in your country? What challenges and progress have you made in promoting better working conditions for ECCE personnel, for improving their professional development, and what monitoring mechanisms do you have in place for target 4.2? So at the end, after 2 days of this meeting, these were some of the recommendations that 29 member states provided. And I think in these meetings that UNESCO convenes, one thing that I find, it's the beauty of these meetings, is finding consensus when you have so many different countries. Latin America and the Caribbean has many regions, sub-regions, national context, and within the national context, a lot of diversity. So they agreed that it was very important to extend and to understand ECCE from 0 to 8 years of age, that ECCE is a right, public and free of charge, that we should be increasing financing for it. And financing, even though you might be increasing resources and financial resources, sometimes countries do need to increase the decision-making power at the right levels and have the capacity to implement effectively and in a well-targeted way those resources. We need to ensure availability of resources in all strategic areas of ECCE and ensure an equitable allocation, that it's really going to the vulnerable populations. Ensure, for example, that resources where there's no public offer, that it's not families that are covering for that cost. There should be more government regulations on private management. In many countries, we see that ECCE is being provided by the private sector, and governments should be more aware of what's happening in that, in particular, in order to know what's happening at the quality level. Also, if it's reaching those that are the most needed, that have most needs. There should be a strong articulation between actors, systems, and policy. And it's very important to ensure that there's participation of children, families, communities, civil society, and the private sector in the management and evaluation of ECCE policies. And for all this, all the time, it's important to have monitoring, to know how things are making progress or not, and so to adapt when things are not going so well, and evaluation mechanisms. In terms of inclusion and quality, they all agreed free public services to guarantee ECCE access for children for all vulnerable populations. And in this, I should say, it's equity, the key lens to know, because you can see that there has been increased access and participation in Latin America and the Caribbean when you think it's not reaching all the children that it should. We should take into account cultural and linguistic relevance. We should create support services and elimination of barriers for children with disabilities, for example. Ensure the inclusion of children from the most vulnerable sectors, providing food and nutritional security free of charge. And to review curricular and pedagogical approaches and adjust to ensure quality and relevance. These are some of the points, and it's not covering everything. It's important to have ownership and implementation of the curriculum by educators, management, and supervision teams. This applies across all the sectors of education as well. Children should have a right to play, recreation, and culture from birth. We should benefit from research and coordinated work with universities to strengthen the work of institutions and increase the quality of ECCE. Provide equitable access and safe use of new technologies. This is coming really strong in ECCE as a question. And we should be supporting families to promote learning at home. In terms of the workforce, there was agreement that it's important to improve the working conditions of ECCE personnel, both in the formal and non-formal settings in which early childhood education is taking place. Proper wages should be provided, promote career plans and recognition of personnel by experience and training, and provide regular contracts with the required budget. There should be a raised social recognition of this work and of this as a profession. Provide training and professional development opportunities for quality ECCE. Establish training standards for universities that are providing this training, and articulate ECC curricula with teacher training programs. In relation to monitoring of 4.2, of target 4.2, there's one indicator that is with UNICEF, and it has to do with proportion of children under 5 years of age or developmentally on track in health, learning, and psychosocial well-being by sex. And I mean that it's with UNICEF, is that UNICEF is the custodial agency in its monitoring. And with us, with UNESCO, working very closely as well with UNICEF, we are seeing what is the progress in the participation rate in organized learning, meaning 1 year before the official primary entry age. And what we have seen is that we need more information and evidence and monitoring on the quality of processes, of interactions. How is it really that ECC is taking place in the learning settings, in the caring settings? And we need to improve the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in the design of ECC. All this was captured in a regional report that you can access. The presentation is shared later on. As Rebecca was saying, you can access it in Unistoc at the digital library. And in that report, for example, you're going to see in this graph that Latin America is doing well in relation to access and participation. Most countries in Latin America and the Caribbean guarantee at least 2 years of free pre-primary education. That top little bar, the black bar, means that in those countries, ECC is compulsory, it's an obligation. The blue bar is that it's free. So for example, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, among others, are providing 3 years, and it's an obligatory and it's free. Brazil at 2020 was 2 years, free and compulsory. And then, well, you have the other countries. Here, for example, you can situate where is the access and participation of pre-primary participation in LAC, in Latin America and the Caribbean. You can see that Latin America and the Caribbean is at the top. That's set by 2020. It was at 95% of participation rate, followed very closely by North America and Western Europe, which was at 93%. And you can see the ones that are in most need is in Sub-Saharan Africa. And this has changed later on with recent data from 2022 slightly. Participation is starting to fall down. So the second World Conference took place in Moscow with the overall, in Tashkent, with the overall goal of renewing the political commitment to an investment in early childhood care and education. 155 member states came together, represented by ministers, with a total attendance of more than 2,000 participants. And the whole conference was structured similarly like to the one that we organized in Latin America and the Caribbean around these domains of financing, policy, governance, equity, inclusion, quality and well-being, the ECC workforce, and program innovations and resilience. Different from the one of Latin America, the monitoring component was integrated as part of financing, policy, and governance, because as I was mentioning earlier, it's important that data and evidence is integrated into policy development, policy formulation, and implementation. And then it brought this new area of program innovations and resilience, in particular because of COVID-19. We were coming out of the pandemic. they're showing me that I have basically not a lot of time. So you have with you here the Tashkent Declaration. It follows very closely similar points as those that were raised in the regional consultation of Latin America and the Caribbean. But in particular, I want to highlight the commitment that countries made in relation to increasing financing to ECCE. An allocation of at least 10% of education expenditures to pre-primary education should be there, prioritizing and reorienting public expenditures for ECCE to the poorest and disadvantaged. In relation to quality and inclusion, at least 1 year of quality, free and compulsory ECCE should be provided. We should be building on local knowledge, on inclusive and environmentally and gender responsive learning approaches that affirm multilingual education and the promotion of mother tongue and language of instruction. I was discussing earlier when we were having coffee, with data from 2016 is one of the most recent. Worldwide, 40% of children are learning in a language that they do not understand. So it's very important to start early in a language that you do understand. That has better effects later on with your learning opportunities. And we should be ensuring that quality learning is focusing as well on foundational literacy, numeracy, and socio-emotional skills, and in the mother tongue of language of instructions. We know that in the region there is very low levels right now of foundational skills of literacy and numeracy. I won't repeat here the points that I mentioned earlier about the ECC personnel, but it's important, what I was not mentioning in the earlier points, that there's an overrepresentation of women. And here we see in the room how many women compared to men. We know that. In relation to the ECC sector, this should be critically addressed if there is a gender bias related to the responsibilities of the care, education, and upbringing of children in society. We should also be enhancing the support to parents, families, and other caregivers, and regulate ECC personnel in the non-state sector. In relation to innovation and advancing transformation, it is important that policy is enriched by evidence that is coming out from cognitive and developmental psychology, economics, and social sciences, from the neuroscience. It's fascinating, all that is coming out, when we can see all that is being determined in those first 5 years of age of children. And it's important that we start to critically examine the role of technologies in ECCE. I'm running my time. Don't I get a bit of more time because of the glitch? What are the next steps? From the standpoint of UNESCO, we will continue supporting member states around these 4 pillars, these domains of policy, quality, ECC personnel, and the innovations for advancing transformation. We support the implementation of this. We are producing and complementing data in areas such as in these different pillars. We now have recently launched a report with UNICEF that I will be mentioning briefly in another one. And it's important that ECCs put at the upfront of coordination and partnership and advocacy efforts such as those of today. This is the report that I invite you to read. It was recently launched like last week, I think. And here, what I would like to focus is that we can see that the enrollment rate for 1 year of organized learning is going down. From what I was showing you before in 2022, it fell now worldwide, is now at 72%. Latin America is still well, but it's starting to go down, probably because also of the impact of COVID-19. Out of 194 countries worldwide, only 46 have adopted at least 1 year of both free and compulsory pre-primary education. And this is my last 2 slides. Inequalities start early and affecting mostly the disadvantaged children. And this is just an example that is mentioned in this report. The home and family environment play a critical role in early stimulation for learning. In 99 countries with data of 2022, representing 36% of the global population, only a little bit more than 50% of children aged around 2 to 5 years of age were provided with early stimulation and responsive care. And what do we mean by this stimulation and responsive care? It means that each child has 4 or more activities with an adult household member in the last 3 days. So this child had somebody who was reading books or looking at picture books with them, telling stories, singing songs, taking the child outside of the house, outside of home, playing with that child, naming or counting or drawing things. So what have we seen now? Children living in the richest households are much more likely to receive early stimulation than children in the poorest households. Children who live in urban areas will have a better chance of receiving this kind of stimulation compared to their peers in rural areas. Interestingly, they found that there were no sex differences. And children with disabilities are 25 less likely to attend early childhood education. So what I want to conclude is, despite having good coverage and access and participation to ECCE, it is very important to go deeper to understand how this is happening within national levels in this different context. So thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Carolina.
Thank you, Carolina. And they've just told us that we're going to have a special participation, a Nobel Prize from the economy. So it is very important that we're a little bit short on time. But now, Professora Rita Coelho, she's one of the main specialists on early education in Brazil. She has a graduation in social studies in Brazil. She has worked from 2007 to 16 in Juiz de Fora, and she is now will comment the declaration that we have just seen. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Carolina and Rebecca. Thank you for being together here today. I would like to begin thank you in the name of Kátia, the secretary, who is represented here by Alessandro, my director, and by myself, who's coordinator of early education, and for the invitation from Eduardo Queiroz to be part of this dialogue between Bracell and the Ministry of Education. And it is a huge opportunity to dialogue, to talk about this reality that we have here in our community. And it is very interesting that we have begun discussing international realities. This evidences that this question today of humanity is not just a question of Brazil. It's not something that is related just to Latin America. It's us as globally, we are sharing for the first time early education. And that is a huge challenge, and it is also a new organization of the society, which reflects a new perspective that we have on organizing work, culture, as a whole, in the whole world, and for humanity. And I would like to say also that recently our Minister of Education, Camilo Santana, he positioned himself with UNESCO Paris, and that he's aligned with the agendas, with the SDGs of UNESCO and the Brazilian government. Yes, we do have acknowledgement, we do deliver. We have common deliveries, but we also have challenges. We have challenges that are conceptual, and we have challenges also that have to do with the action. So the first thing that I would like to say is that talk about the conception, the idea of early education in Brazil. Is it legitimate that we have? It is legitimate that we have priorities, that UNESCO has the priorities, that Bracell has priorities, that even the federal government has priorities. But first we have to defend the idea of early education as the first stage. It is the duty of the state, and it is a right of every child from 0 to 5 years of age. We cannot reduce. This is a provocation I am making. This is a question I would like to put forward as the Ministry of Education. We cannot reduce early education to preschool. Preschool is a very important priority, but since we have the objective of dealing with vulnerability, we have to think of daycare. We have to think about the child from 0 to 3. And the first question another question that I would have to say about the declaration is that in Brazil, first early childhood is 0 to 6 years old, according to our legislation. In the declaration, it is from 0 to 8. So we have an adjustment of regulations, of norms. But in reality, that my worry is regarding the commitment that we have with the idea. So in Brazil, we have the early first years. And in Brazil, our emphasis is on early education, which is from 0 to 6. So early education in Brazil, as in the declaration, they recognize the full and the care that we have and the responsive care that we have with children. But with the Brazilian policy, we emphasize the identity that is related to the early education, which is centered in the child, in the interactions, in play, in the right to development, full development, and that contributes to the early education, but is not reduced to be preparing for early education. Early education has an identity. This is our fight today here in Brazil. It has it's an identity of its own. It supports, it contributes to the first years of school, to the primary school, for the trajectory of this child during their life, yes, as Eduardo put it. But it's not reduced to but it's not just a preparatory phase, which is part of our history here in Brazil. Here in Brazil, we are born as preschool, as preparatory for the first years, for literacy, for learning, and in that we are defending a change in the paradigm, which is very clear in our syllabus, in our curriculum. So we propose a change in the paradigm, in the right to learning. Quality with equity. This is a priority of our federal government. It is an objective, it is our slogan, it is union and reconstruction. They demand commitment, radical commitment with quality. Quality in early education means face inequalities, the structural inequalities that we have in the country that are manifested in early education. So early education, are there inequalities there in early education? Yes, we have them. Yes, we will be able to discuss them when we discuss quality and the training. But the main inequalities that are manifested in early education, they are structural in our country. They are present in the health, in social assistance, in protection. They are not specific to early education. So equity is also a commitment of the federal government, and it is a priority also of our education policy. We have a commitment with the protection, with emergencies, and we have had a lot of those. We have had many emergencies. We had the pandemic, and we have to remember that the pandemic showed us the importance of early education. 2 years without going to education. We have research showing the results, the dissatisfaction of children. And now with what happened in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and we had the rains in Rio Grande do Sul, this is one of the objectives of the declaration, one of our partnerships with UNESCO. The milestones in Brazil are forward-going. They recognize, but they do not guarantee. The milestones, they are instruments that we have to fight in the perspective of guaranteeing the right of education. In our understanding, in addition to the challenges that the declaration brings and that I would like to discuss here today in our debate, we have to also demand from other sectors their action. There's a huge, for example, our minister goes and signs, and here we're discussing here, we're discussing the conception, the policies, but that's not just the role of education. It demands a huge commitment of society. It's also of other sectors, for example, that participate in public policies. Speaking of Brazil, we have a complexity, which is that the Brazilian educational system is not unique. There is not a hierarchy between the federal government, the federal district, the state governments, and the local governments in the cities. In the system, these systems are not dependent, and they have different regulatory systems. So a policy, this is something that we have to work. Our Minister of Education and the Secretary of Education, they have a policy they practice a policy of collaboration. It's horizontal. There's a lot of dialogue. So the idea is that we collaborate, because there is no interference of the federal government in a local policy. For example, we have the president of Undine here today, and this is a question we have discussed thoroughly. The guidelines from the Ministry of Education can be... Oh, wait a minute. I'm being very quick. Let's be fair. What are the challenges in case of the declaration and in face of our commitments, and even with UNESCO? First, the system of monitoring and assessment of early education. This is a priority for us, and it is a competence of INEP, and it is foreseen in the National Plan of Education since its first version, and it is not happening with respect to specificities of early education. So, and in reality, today, it is a policy that is somewhat not synchronized. Government sees it one way, the research, the survey sees it in another way, INEP in SAMEB sees it differently, with characteristics that are not specific to early education. And also in the national curriculum basis, there's a difference between early education and primary education. And so this point that the declaration asks us to look at is a huge challenge, and recently with the national curriculum, this has been strengthened. So if you see the characteristics of the national curriculum and early education, and then in the first years of school, there's a rupture there. There's a huge rupture. There's a gap there, and the child is the same child. And another question is a huge challenge, the question of training. So it's very, very nice to have Bernadette Gatti today to discuss the capacitation and the importance of the career of teaching. And for last, I would like to remember that the declaration, it proposes the legalization of the professionals that are governmental and non-governmental. But I would like to point out that today within the government, we have a regularization of the capacitation of those support people as teacher assistants, trainees that are present in almost 300,000 and that are acting and working in educational systems without being legally recognized. So this is very important, and I would like to say that I hope that in the World Meeting in Fortaleza, that one of the groups will be this early education group, where we can make advances in this proposal. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professora Rita, Rebecca. Thank you, Carolina. And now we are finishing this session. Now we go to the next part of our event. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for everyone. Thank you very much to everyone, Gabriel, Rebecca, Carolina, and Rita. So we're going to move forward quickly today because I have a special host who is online. And after her presentation, we are going to invite the next speakers. Lots of studies that show that investing on early education take to the social development of a country. What are the impacts of those investments? What are the cost effectiveness results? And now we have an invitation, Esther Duflo, who is online. She was has the Nobel Prize of Economy in 2019. She belongs to the Lab Abdulatif, the J. Paul, and she's a professor of the Institute at MIT. Let's see what our connection is looking like. Hopefully everything is working.
Hello, Esther. Can you hear me well?
Bom dia, Esther. Como vocês conseguem me ouvir? Se vocês conseguem me ouvir, sim. Sim, é um prazer te ter aqui hoje. Muito obrigada por estar aqui conosco hoje. Primeiro, eu gostaria de agradecer. É uma simpatia. Simpatia está.
Preschool education in Brazil are here today and working together on this important issue. Of course, I would love to be there in person, especially as I'm in Brazil, which was the plan. I'm deeply sorry for not being able to join since I've been called to Brasilia, but I'm joining from here, and I'm glad to be with you at least virtually. Let me share my thanks with Eduardo Queiroz for his invitation and for steering the agenda, and earnest congratulations to all the Bracell team for the launch today. So I am a development economist with a deep interest in understanding what really works for improving the life of poor people around the world. I'm one of the founders of JPAL, which was started 20 years ago, and we are really devoting our work to the design and to the evaluation of important policies that affects the life of the very poorest. And today, since according to the topic of the seminar today, I really want to discuss strategic investment in early childhood education because this is really an essential issue. It has been shown that this type of investment can increase schooling rate and basic skills and promote educational equity, not only in early years, but down the line. So I'm very happy that JPAL can collaborate with the Bracell team on the preschool program. I will encourage you to meet Priscilla. If you could stand up so people know you. Yes, there is Priscilla. Priscilla is our rockstar manager of the project. You will enjoy meeting her if you haven't done so already. The program we are launching here is a program to identify promising solutions from Brazil itself and identified scalable solutions that can be adopted by other municipalities. And the object is to improve learning and development of children in preschools. So preschool education is, of course, I don't really need to convince you in this room, but there is plenty of research showing the relevance of the first year of life on the entire life trajectory of individuals. Of course, there is many elements to these early years, caregiving, safety, security, good health, good nutrition, but among them are opportunities for early learnings. It has been shown, for example, in the US with very, very long tracking that quality access to preschool education reduces crime down the line, enhance earnings, and you can find this effect over the very long run, for example, for young participants of Head Start program in their tax data once they grow up, even if the learning gain seems to be fading along the way. So it shows that the impact are not just through education, but also through early socialization that makes a difference in the life of children. So today it really matters for Brazil. Of course, many young Brazilians reach the age of 15 without having adequately learned in school. Brazil is part of PISA and is not performing very well. 50% of students cannot analyze a text of moderate length, whereas the OECD is 75%. 70% of students cannot interpret a simple situation mathematically, whereas the average is only 30% for the OECD. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done there. Of course, some of this work needs to happen at all levels of education, but the evidence I was discussing just earlier suggests that investment in preschool years can have disproportionate impact over a whole lifetime, and deficit in this during these years are hard to rebut. Brazil has experienced large progress in preschool education. Today, access is almost universal. It is public. It is essentially free. That's a very big difference with respect to the US, for example, where it needs to be done, but it's similar to my own country of France. And early childhood access in general in Brazil, participation is much higher than in the rest of the world. 93% in Brazil versus 39% for the world. There again, more similar to my country of France, where participation from 3 is essentially universal and in fact is now compulsory starting in the age of 3. So this is a testimony to the success of public policy. Preschooling is offered for free, mainly at the municipal level. Enrollment is mandatory, like it is now in France for the last few years. And the curriculum is based on play, which corresponds to a lot of the international evidence of what's important in preschool, playing, interaction, development of social skills, which in principle should really help children get ready for the primary school years and set them up for learning in school. But despite this progress, challenges do remain in preschooling education in Brazil. The quality is uneven. By the way, this is also something that you're finding in the US, for example, where there is, especially in subsidized preschool, there is excellent centers, excellent programs, and some that are less good. So this is not a uniquely Brazilian issue, but it certainly is a problem. 1 in 5 teachers have not even completed higher education. And these differences in inequality, this difference in the quality of preschool education are very much related to socioeconomic status, to geographic factors, and to racial status as well. So in a country like Brazil, it's impossible to ignore racial dynamics. And in the access to quality primary education, you're starting already to see this difference, which, again, because of the importance of those years, will have impact for the rest of the lifetime of these young people. So the quality of what's happening in preschool today is going to affect the later life of many. And I should also mention that it is not necessarily a theorem. It's not necessarily true that preschool education is better than staying at home. For example, there was an experiment in Bulgaria among Roma children, who are some of the most disadvantaged children in all of Europe. Many of them are significantly poorer than many children in Brazil. And there was an effort to incentivize them to attend preschool, and many of the kids went. But as a result, they spent less time interacting with their parents, and unfortunately, the impact was negative. So it's very important to say that what happens in the school needs to be more valuable than staying at home, or even better, needs to be complement to efforts at home in order to not actually deprive children in unintended ways of quality interaction with adults. So where could we start? So what determines quality in preschool education? So, and I've worked on part of this, which is the development of curriculum for pre-primary school. As I said, in Brazil, the curriculum is very much play-based, which makes a lot of sense. But there is also encouraging evidence from different settings that offering content that is more, option of activities that is more scripted for teachers can help them improve their quality. So one of the projects I've been very involved with for the last few years in collaboration with Liz Spelke, who from the Harvard Child Development Lab in the psychology department at Harvard, is a project where we constructed a curriculum of math games designed to leverage the intuitive knowledge of mathematics that all children are born with, but that can be trained and enhanced. So we developed a series of games. In our first experiment, the games were only based on intuitive games. And in our second set of experiments, they start with intuitive based and then explicitly help kids transition from non-symbolic to symbolic mathematics. And what we have found is that children who were exposed to this curriculum do better in school, and these gains are durable. And today there is a version of these mathematics games that is being scaled up, or at least that is being piloted for scaled up by teachers in public primary school systems across many states in India. So that is something that is an example of a promising intervention that can be implemented in schools by a regular teacher. It doesn't take any particular training except training in the game itself, which is easy to do, and for which we have developed an online module. Another example is Norway, that puts together a comprehensive curriculum with age-appropriate exercises, finding positive effects in skills in math, language, and executive functions, with very large effect in math in particular, and showing effect throughout the distribution of skills or parents' education. I mentioned in the context of discussing the Roma children example that parents play a vital role at this stage. First of all, before even preschool, parents should start stimulating their children from the moment they are born. And it is not something that is obvious for many parents. Many parents think that talking to a child who cannot themselves talk doesn't make any sort of sense. So education that focuses only on the preschool environment or only on the home environment are bound to leave some children behind. There is a famous study from Jamaica that shows that explaining to parents how to work with their children has very long-lasting effect, in fact, up till adulthood, leading to increase in wages in adulthood. So that shows the key role that parents can play. This was a small experiment. There have been various replications of this experiment of the Jamaica type studies, including work from Ghana by an organization that is now scaling up their program, which was implemented, which was first of all tested, where kindergarten teachers were trained to train volunteer mothers to run play-based learning station in classes and better care at home. They found a positive impact on cognitive and social economic development. And then this program is now being scaled up through the school system in Ghana, and it's kind of a very good example of working together. I should say there is some variability in the result there. More research is to be continued. There's a project in Malawi showing that the impacts were not so long-lasting in that context. So you may have seen that some of these examples that I brought in this presentation are from countries that are different from Brazil. I picked on purpose examples from Norway, from the US, from Ghana, to show that it's not just poor countries or much rich countries. It's important to mention that these issues have a lot in common, simply because the psychology of early childhood brain is similar from place to place. So although they are very different cultural, contextual background, there also are a lot of similarity with the way that the child brains develop. So, for example, with the math games is very much culture-free. And that doesn't mean that culture should not be a part of education, but it means that some element and some solution can be generalized from place to place. And in general, the experiment in early childhood education find a relative similarity in impact of different interventions tried in different contexts. So in this sense, as long as you remain mindful to the context, you can leverage what's already known to find solutions that are well suited to Brazil and try them out. And if they are cost effective, we can then they can be shared and it can be scaled up. And in fact, there was an experiment with Brazil's mayor showing that when you share with Brazil's mayor information about early childhood development program, several weeks later, they are more likely to implement those programs. So that shows there is plenty of demand for new insight on this important topic, plenty of ability to scale up. But of course, any sustainable solution will require involvement of very different stakeholders, civil society, academia, government, in particular local governments in the Brazilian context, and families, which need to be on board with the solution, as well as, of course, teachers. There are also solutions that are being piloted in Brazil itself, that are being implemented in Brazil itself. And it's essential that some of these solutions that are the most promising gets tested because, of course, then that provides information on whether they should be scaled up or whether they should be pivoted. Not everything works. That's true in general. That's true in early childhood education. And in for example, if you look the gamut of preschool programs in the US, it ranges from completely useless to extremely effective. And it's very important that the effective strategies get scaled up and that the less effective can pivot. So to complete, as I reach the end of this keynote, I want to highlight some key takeaways. First of all, early childhood is a key stage for children's development, and preschool education is crucial to promote educational equity and general long-term benefits for societies. So you already all know that since you're here, but it's good to remind ourselves of that. It's possible to develop and implement sound programs and policies, but they need to be tested. Evidence that comes from different places can be useful because the problems that you find in Brazil have similar roots, both socially and in the children's brain, that the problem you find in other places. But they need, of course, to be piloted locally and tested locally. But that is also true of the local solutions. If you want to have solutions that are sustainable in the long run, it's important to articulate the work across the different stakeholders in the system, from parents to the system. So to conclude, thank you very much for having me here. Again, my sincere apologies for not being in person. Thanks again for Eduardo and the Bracell Foundation for organizing this important symposium. JPOL is very proud to have launched our early childhood education program together with Bracell. These are the early days. We are really looking forward to seeing how it goes in the next several months and years. I know that in this audience, we have representatives of all the important stakeholders, governments, NGOs. So I hope this short speech have motivated you to continue improving preschool education in Brazil, and I wish you an excellent symposium. Obrigada.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, Esther. Receive the applause for our audience, and hopefully next year you can be here in person joining us. It was an honor to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Muito bem, que honra temos essa apresentação.
What an honor to have that presentation and all that knowledge shared with all of us. So first, I would like to remind you that we have a QR code that you can use to send your questions to be answered at the end of this session. So for those that are online, you're going to see a link posted in the chat box. Now we are going to follow with a panel on the high impact interventions in early educations. I would like to go this researcher of the JPOL network, and Alessandro from basic education of the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Education. Please, a round of applause to all of them. Good morning once again. So now we're gonna have a panel on evidence that work. First of all, I would like to introduce Alessandro, that is in this panel. Thank you very much for being with us. He has a degree in public policies by the Getúlio Vargas University, was the director president of the parliamentary school in São Paulo, and today is the director of integral education policies in the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much for being with us today. So I will give you the floor, and then we can answer questions from the public. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Cristiane. Good morning. Good morning, everyone attending in person and online. I am Alessandro Santos. I'm a black man. I'm bald. I'm wearing a brown suit with red tie, and I'm at the stage, and it's a great honor to have Rita Coelho in my team. For those that listened to the first part of the event, no one is able to speak about the history and present challenges of education in Brazil than Rita Coelho, that is the general coordinator of early childhood education here in Brazil. So we have heard some reflections about the Brazilian context, but before touching on the four main points of Esther's presentation, I would like to start with a provocation regarding the research agenda about the impact of early childhood education. It is common to have studies about the impact on the early childhood education, looking at the first years of childhood to see if the frequency of attendance have an impact in concluding education, if the frequency of services of high quality services have an impact in the economic productivity, if this early childhood education have an impact in adult health. But the childhood time is today. Tomorrow is too late for the children. And the first thing is to speak about models to evaluate the impact of early childhood education, to observe the babies and the children at that moment, because some impacts are experienced in those years, and that can consolidate and structure and just in time for interventions to be done precisely at that moment. So besides all the international studies and evidence throughout the life cycle and in the community, it's important to have studies about the impact of early childhood education in those years. But it's important to understand that early childhood education should be within a bigger context. Today, it is passed a decree for policies in the early childhood education. Why is that important? Because it's not enough to guarantee proper development, to have high-quality preschools or daycare units. That's important, but if we don't guarantee other aspects that are composed, these different instruments to sustain this development, we will attain only limited impacts. I'm speaking about parenting care, I'm speaking about nurturing and nourishment, and also of caregivers, and also the health and social protection services that in such an unequal society as the Brazilian one are still lagging behind. So we need a policy to map up the impact of the service offer, but correlating them with the impact of those other services that are or not provided to those babies and children. We have the experience within the money transfer program of visits of social agents in families, and I haven't heard of the impact of that program in protecting those children and promoting their development. I think that the access can be statistically approached, but even in that case, we have to have a closer look at of the different modalities that are not the standard ones. I'm speaking about deaf education for deaf children, and the impact of not learning sign languages at an early stage. We know that deaf children are put in contexts that don't use the sign language, and they are deprived of having a dialogue in their own language at early stage, the same than indigenous people that are not provided a context where their own language is spoken. So how we can consider all these aspects that have to do with the universality of these services. So despite of attending the school, what kind of schools we are providing, they comply with a model that not necessarily include these other children, and also doesn't consider those children below 3 years old. And given the capillarity of educational services in our municipality, if they are out of daycare, the chances of not being provided service of education and health are higher. If education does not reach them, other services won't reach them as well. So if we cannot reach those families through education, we are surely violating other rights. So we have to just give a closer look to this kind of access. But we still have big challenges. We have to consider access that was provided regressively. The ones that were provided with the services were the ones that less needed them, instead of those that most needed them. So the program in maintenance that promotes new vacancies and new establishments of preschooling. So we implemented a program of Bracell Carinhosas so as to foster the inclusion of children that were served by the money transfer programs. So it was a commitment of President Lula so as to resume this program, that it or a similar model that stimulates and proactive search of those children that are not receiving access. So equity, it is here. We have to evaluate equity in access. And in terms of quality, we are facing a lot of challenges in measuring the impact in Brazil. When we speak about that with social economists, they speak about the importance of the assessment and the quality of the services provided. With the scarce resources we have to allocate these resources well. We have to really see where they are most needed. The assessment and monitoring of services of early childhood education have an important role in protecting democracy because it guarantees a society to have a transparent monitoring of services provided by the state. And also this assessment can be the voice of solving some dilemmas in the public policies. So we have a perverse problem where there is not just a single definite solution. But because it's not a problem that can be completely solved, so every time we improve quality, we will have to face new challenges. Every time that we overcome limitations, other limitations will emerge. So that's why the assessment should be a tool to think about alternatives. But for that to be so, we have to step away from a logic that was very strong in terms of evaluating education in Bracell. Is to evaluate the subject of learning so as to give a prize to those that implemented the policies. So those approaches did not have the impact that was expected, so as to provide better compensation or prices based on the results of the evaluation in children distorted the assessment process and diminished their efficiency. So if we step away from this kind of models, we can still evaluate the services and the different environments and the impact of that service in the development of babies and children. I always remember Maria Marta's professor text that made an important contribution, saying that it's not only is necessary, but it's a priority to do research to measure the impact of early childhood education in children and babies. So what is not good is to massify the assessment procedures in terms and then create a scale of merit. The diagnosis based on evidence should also include the assessment of the babies and children themselves. We defend this approach to protect babies and children to be assessed and evaluated all the time. But despite of that, we need to make progress. Rita commented some new initiatives. This week is a decisive week for early childhood education in Brazil, because during this week, the National Council of Education is debating and is going to vote the resolution that institute operational guidelines regarding the quality of the education in Brazil, considering assessment in it. We already have parameters, but it was not mandatory from the National Council of the Education. And this week is key just to make it a norm. So, parameters of quality, considering the democratic management of schools, considering the educational environment in terms of infrastructure, but also considering the interaction in these spheres. I'm looking at Liliana Berges that always says that beyond the pedagogical infrastructures, the interactions between children and with educators are also core in the early childhood education. There is no use in having good books if they are never consulted and never used by the children, or if there is no work around how to use them. And also to work in an aspect that is quite sensitive, that is the relationship between the funding of early childhood education and the quality of services provided. I used to work in the public administration, so that's why President Alessio and other leaders say that nobody is against the quality of early childhood education. No one wakes up and just say how to bar the quality, high-quality education. But, of course, we have challenges in terms of the budget, so as to meet the needs in terms of early childhood education. There's no way. We need funds. We need funds to provide a high-quality education, or we commit to allocate the necessary budget, or otherwise we won't attain our goals. We have also to analyze how early childhood education or what's the role of the sector within the budget. We've been allocated 5% of the budget for early childhood education. That's important, but we haven't been able to see how that's going to be implemented, how at the municipal level this budget will be allocated. The Fundeb is growing, the Fund for Education is growing, but it's still far from the real needs. The municipalities that manage to get complementary funds for their budgets are able to allocate more funds, but that's rare. In most cases, the municipalities depend on the Federal Educational Fund, and that's critical, how we can enlarge the funds allocated to the education sector, and how we assess the quality of how this money is allocated, where it is most important to allocate the resources in education. We can think in the universalization and quality. So we universalized of education at 4 or 5 years, not considering it to be really of high quality. So, and this cannot remain for a long time. So we have to think of how to tackle this dichotomy in improving the amount of resources allocated in education, and also allocating funds for the research in this field. Thank you very much, Alessandro. So just to conclude, in this panel. So remember that you have the QR code. There is a consensus that early childhood education have a long-lasting impact, right? In terms of many aspects, and so measuring and evaluating is very important. How to attain, so as to attain a high quality education, we need evidence, and we also have to make choices. And considering what you said, I would like to comment about some international evidence about the quality of the interaction between the child and the professor. There is an India study where the indicator of quality, as this interaction grows. So, and we see this impact in the quality of the education of those children. And that also has to do with teacher training. Other studies introduced with the educators the idea that it's important to play, and to play as a pedagogical tool. So they've done some tests with some pilot projects, how to promote playing as a tool as a pedagogical tool. And they could measure and the beneficial impact of those actions in that moment. So we can also see the impact in the short run, not only in the long run. So it's important also to measure how these different tools work in the moment they are implemented. I think that many of the studies are done in this regard, and in Brazil we are quite behind in terms of this evidence. We have to find evidence of what works and what works best in this moment, and then to consider the impact in the long run. So it's important to run pilots and new initiatives, and so as to better understand the results of all this, and then make the right decisions. I don't think there is any questions. No? There are no questions? No questions? Okay, can I add a comment?
Mensagem importante quando eu falei de desigualdade tem a ver com o enfrentamento do racismo
estrutural
na educação infantil.
Inequality,
mesmo quando os bebês e crianças estão nos serviços, os impactos do racismo estrutural prevalecem, tanto na relação estabelecida entre educadores e educadoras com os bebês,
in the relationship between the teachers and children, and also how the interactions played out, and also the assessment of the impact matters. So I really
Entretanto, a avaliação de implementação para mim é a chave para a melhoria contínua da política pública. Além de saber o que funciona e o que não funciona,
despite of knowing what works and what does not work, we need to understand how things work. What are the mechanisms that provide this impact? Because many times we consider that it works, but we have to look it up in more details to see if that's possible to scale up. I'm going to choose one question because I just have 30 seconds left. Let me choose a question here. And how you perceive that race aspects are not taken into consideration in the studies. since structural racism produces toxic relationships from the early childhood. So we lack of research in this regard. So we have qualitative research led by Professor Figueira in the National Board of Racial Equality. Now we are evaluating the different policies in this regard in the education field, so as to provide funds, and also we are working with INEP for race to be considered a visible indicator, but also that specific questions regarding racism could be included in this research. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Christine, for the moderation. Thank you, Alexandro, for your participation. We're very short on time, but the questions that were not answered here, they will be answered afterwards. We have the QR code on our screen for those of you who would like to ask questions for the next session. If you're participating online through our social media, you also have on the chat, you have a link so that you can participate sending your questions. Now we're going to, for the next topic, which is we now know the commitments of the signatory countries, and now the next we're going to talk about the quality of child education. It brings the premises for and the challenges for the implementation in Brazilian cities. So they are expressed on Brazilian documents, and what are the challenges that we have, and to guarantee this right to the children of early education. We're just finishing to preparing here, but I would like to invite Rita Coelho, coordinator of the Ministry of Education. Thank you again for participating here with us today. I would also like to invite Eliana Berger, Senior Research at Fundação Carlos Chagas. Welcome. Rita, thank you. And Alessio Costa Lima, President of the National Union of the Secretaries of Education, UNDIME. And to moderate, I would like to invite Lucimar Dias, teacher at the Federal University of Paraná, professor at the Federal University of Paraná.
Obrigada. Já tá ligado? Já. Gente, eu espero que vocês tenham tido bom café da manhã.
I hope you had a good breakfast, because we're here.
Conta, né, de tantas questões.
There's so many questions that we're discussing, important questions that we're discussing. It is a pleasure to be here today with these three super important persons. They're going to help us to discuss quality in early child education, and it's fundamental to think that quality in early child education has to be guaranteed, and it is multidimensional, and Professor Alexis has discussed this. I work with the racism question. I've said that it's not possible to understand how in Brazil having a quality education, a policy of quality education, if we do not consider that the racial question is central to define who can and what the access is, as well as considering economic aspects. We will not construct a childhood with all the rights they have when we have this huge gap, this abysm between this economic situation in Brazil. So we have a challenge here for my colleagues to comment and reflect on today and share their ideas and also talk about advances that are being made, so that we have to remember that, yes, there are a lot of processes that are undergoing. So I'm going to read the resume from Professor Aliana. She's graduated in psychology in the University of the Catholic University of Minas Gerais, and she has a doctorate in London in the University in Rio. She's a professor of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and nowadays she's senior research at Fundação Carlos Chagas. And Professor, today you're the one with the most difficult task, but I hope we can manage our time well today. Thank you. Yeah, just following. Please follow our script today. So yeah, if we first Eliana, then Rita, then Alessio. Good morning, almost good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank immensely the Bracell team for this invitation to participate in this symposia, which is full of light. And I would like to share our work at Fundação Carlos Chagas, which is assessment of quality within this perspective of context. Our research at the foundation has a tradition in this area of assessing quality and context in education, and we have worked with several tools of assessment. I know that the topic is not assessment, but I told Bia that I would not be able to talk about quality without talking about assessment, because this is what I do. So it is impossible to talk about one thing without mentioning the other. So I think we will never make advances if we do not have assessments, because it is in the assessments that we capture what we don't usually see, and especially when we're talking about the context of early education. I have prepared a long paper because I didn't want to get lost within this subject that we have proposed here and this challenging topic that we have proposed. So, but I'm going to center myself so I don't get lost on the work that we have been carrying out in the last few years, which is assessing the opportunities that children, babies and children have in daycares and schools in the public system of Brazil, which includes public government units and the partners and those who are private, who allocate vacancies for the public system. So something that I would say is that this evaluation of the context, it is an external assessment. So our team goes and spends a whole day at the school with the children and the teachers to identify the opportunities, if those opportunities actually exist, or if they are a sequence of activities or a sequence of the routine that the children of what they want. So what we try in this last time was we tried to insert the professionals of the teams of the secretariats, because it is very hard to carry out an assessment. The results are not good. We know that. We have few research that are evaluating the assessment, and those who are carried out in Fundação Maria Cecília Vidal. So we have few data, but the data are aligned. So we have a very committed practice, and we think that children and babies, they are not receiving that which the legal milestone defends and demands. Children are passing through the process, they're not passing through the process, and they're receiving a product. So that is there's a huge difference there. And I think that today we have a proposal for early education. It should teach the other levels of basic education, which means that we are responding to the demands of the children and respecting their origins and who they are, their race, their social class, deficiencies, if there are any, and so forth. So we have invited those people, and they were in the classrooms in almost 200 groups and the same number of babies. So the number of care for children is smaller for babies. So we wanted the same number of babies to be seen as the same number of classrooms. So we wanted to observe what are the opportunities that these babies are having. So we invited these professionals from these teams in 2 cities, and they went with us, and in the first observations they already noticed that the opportunity that these children have are rare, and that they are submitted to many routines that are of discipline. There are many routines which are discriminatory. We have seen scenes could lead to suing due to the immense disrespect. It's not the disrespect of the teachers. It's not of the teachers, but of the system, because the system does not provide so that we can implement, as Alex said, implement de facto policies. So I like very much what let me just see what Rebecca said. Priority has to have funding. So the priority is to see babies from 0. We see babies, 15-day-old children, 3-month-old, so different babies being seen. They are frequenting, they're there, but they're not being serviced. So what do we do with the children, they are asking. So, and what do we do with the system? That's what I ask. Because the conditions under which they work are provided by the system, and they're provided from the system depending on the initial proposal. And we have a number of teachers who are qualified, but we don't know what qualifications is like. So when we are in the classroom, that's what we see, what type of qualification they have. So we built this instrument. I thought I was going to evaluate only the pedagogical opportunities that were shared and shown to the children every day. No, every day I have the impression when I leave a classroom that I'm evaluating the management, because it is from the point of management that we can see the capacity that we have to provide to supply a policy. So we have seen situations in which children are neglected, very neglected. We have seen lines of, we have activities for girls and boys. We saw black children called girl or boy instead of being called by their proper name. We have seen black children without lying on mattresses without any linen, while the white children are warmly and cozily put on the mattresses. This is not what we're inventing. We actually saw this. We have, when we have, during the collecting of our data, we have a black and a white researcher. The black researcher saw this, the white one did not. So it is structural. Unfortunately, we do not know how to see things or to evaluate what is a bad policy. We are unable to identify bad practices because our training does not dialogue with the mandatory documents, and we do not know how to translate what is in the documents, in the guidelines of the NCC, and the parameters that are there, how we translate that into in the classroom. Another example which I like to share is the teacher tells stories. Storytelling, we know, is very, very important, as we know from research from local or international. So the book is always far away from the children. So the book just is shown very quickly. And so they have 3 seconds of happiness. Even if there's a copy of the book in the library, the children do not get to touch the books because children end up tearing the books apart. So we're not sharing, so we're not recognizing our diversity in the different regions of Brazil, and we're not adequating our services in terms of equity. We do not know how to do this. We know how to practice. We know common practices regardless of the region. Once I was in Manaus, and I thought I was in a poorer region of Sao Paulo, São Miguel. So there's no difference really. So for me, quality, as Alex mentioned, which I usually would talk about, it is the soul of the business. It is the soul of the business is the interaction, because it takes human potential, not the book. Because if you have the book and not the human potential, you don't use the book. So what we have seen is that at alarming rates, the girls from the secretariats, they're like, Eliana, I'm so happy to be here and participate, because if you had told us that we were doing this, we would not believe you, because our service is it's to the point, it opens every day, we have a healthy nutrition, and we thought we had materials, and now we've realized, and now they've realized that they don't have the materials, and they've realized that they do not have books written by black authors or attending other diversities. And the question is, what do we do with that, with these results, with this data which is not good, unfortunately? And I would like to also say, before I go on to say what we do, the children, regardless of where they are, the infrastructure of the court, of the having a doll without an arm, they participate. They want to listen. They participate. They respond when they are given the opportunity to respond, because we are seeing 2-year-old children who do not speak. So there's no dialogue with the children. So if there's no dialogue, so how do we know what the child is interested in, or what the child values, or what she's bringing from home? Because that's a point of interest for us too. So this is I am actually sharing my concerns here. I'm sorry. This is obviously, as I said, we have made 200 observations with the secretariats and with Priscila, Mariana, who also participate in these observations with us at the schools. So from this point, where are we going to before we leave the last locality? So we had a meeting, and then they asked us, so where do we go from here? And I said, well, please wait until we analyze the data. And we have everything that we're sharing with you is our first observations. The data will show us much more profound aspects. So when we think about the quality of the implementation of the policies, we're talking a lot about the training of teachers. I think it's a workforce, a Brazilian workforce that we have to invest in, so that we can tell the teachers what they're doing. So we cannot do this. It's not something that we should do, because we're practicing dangerously. Because we were witnessed an aggression. A teacher and a teacher assistant was very rude with a child. She was extremely invasive, and then she turned to me and said, "So what am I supposed to do?" And Eliana, I said, I at this moment nothing. And then the person from the secretariat said, well, let's wait and see what the teacher's going to do. And the teacher did not do anything. So there could be an internal process against the teacher. she could be sued regarding her practice. So our policies are very advanced. There's a lot of literature there. There's we have data, but we have few data on the conditions that the schools, the units of early education have, and the policies and the partnerships are very small, but we need to look with courage to these results and the data that's coming out of these observations. For me, teachers are able to do, in my opinion, should be able to do from nothing to everything, and they cannot do that. And something even more complicated is that our literature shows our principles, our conception, as Rita said, that are so valuable. And the democratic management, for example, which is something we have had a huge win-win in terms of early education, but we still need to make advances in the direction of the quality of the service, because the whole chain of contexts is only put in practice on a daily basis with the children and babies. So my appeal here is that we should go back to the construction of a program where we take the weight from the shoulders of the teachers, as if they were the culpable for what's happening, which they are not. They are the protagonists. Don't you think so? They are the protagonists. They are not responsible for us being at the point where we find ourselves. We need to learn how to teach the teachers of how to do, how to practice, how to service. And I think this is the way. Alex mentioned that we have an empty, or he said actually half full. And yes, it's half full, and I agree with that. But I would like to suggest, as I finish, that the other half is full of air that we breathe. So we need to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliana. I think that you've made an important contribution regarding considering all these aspects. But I would like now to open the floor for the questions.
Eu não quero gente desanimada, que a Rita já disse que eu querendo eu quis fazer desabafo.
So I just wanted to vent. But we need always to have an optimistic outlook.
Afirmando que, apesar de contraditória,
despite of the contradictions, Eliana's contribution shows an important progress in the early childhood education. It is a progress to acknowledge our challenges in terms of quality and interactions in this dialogue with the different collectives and the committed public that goes beyond the government sphere. Of course, we are facing challenges, but we can only overcome our problems when we become aware of them. The diagnosis is very important. To improve the quality is very important, but always in dialogue with those that are the ones that implement them. There's been progress in this dialogue, there's been progress in research, and also in public policies, but we still have important challenges ahead. That's not my presentation, okay? I think that my secretary made a mistake and she saved the wrong presentation. That's for another event. So my presentation is National Parameters for Early Childhood Education. Let's hope you find it. So I would like to share with you the discussion about the national discussion about the parameters to measure the early childhood education. For us, from the Ministry of Education and at the federal level, besides discussing these parameters, the issue regarding the methodology is key. From the moment we started working, we always consider working in a democratic and participatory way. These issues cannot be resolved only with the specialists. That was our first goal, just to discuss the national quality parameters in a collective and democratic process with ethics. And this debate about the quality of education should be regulated by the National Council. It couldn't be left as in the same condition as it was till these years, just a mere orientation. We just wanted guidelines to orient these quality parameters. So this debate around the parameters of quality extrapolate the definition of parameters in itself. It demands a democratic discussion that poses a challenge in a society where there hasn't been debate in previous administrations, and it demanded to have a strong positioning from the National Council of Education. On the other hand, our own work in defining these parameters had to be based in the present legislation. It cannot go above the legislation. It's a proposal of implementing the current laws. So just to give you an example of what we have been working with in the last year and a half. Early childhood education in our legislation, in the curricular mandatory guidelines for early childhood education, is the first stage in basic education offered in daycare and preschools, reflecting institutional rules, well, and you know very well this definition within the curricular guidelines of 2009, but it's outdated. Now they are offered in different spheres, different kinds of schools, but we still have this old definition. The early childhood education is not limited to daycare or preschool. It is present also in elementary school, and now we are looking to foster it in earlier years. And this is just an example of the complexity of all these issues. According to these guidelines, we have to comply with it within these parameters. So, what do we mean by the quality education? Does it have to do with the context? Is it plural? but it needs to be of quality. So quality refers to the access and permanence and the infrastructure, about interactions and teachers training and career development, about participation and the permanent follow-up of the development of children and babies. And what are we talking about when we speak about parameters? They are just references for public policies, for assessment, and for the monitoring of these processes. In the building up of these parameters, what was considered as dimensions of quality? These parameters are being built up. They are still in debate. Pay attention, because you have an important role in this debate. It's not just for you to be aware of them. It's just for you to be politically involved. We are discussing all these dimensions that Eliana mentioned, and we are worried about all this. So, these different dimensions that we have worked with these different consultants, as Vidigal Foundation, Carlos Chagas Foundation, and our Secretariat of Diversity, with UNDIM, with the Movement of Interforum for Early Childhood Education, and we chose as parameters the democratic management, teacher training, and professional training, pedagogical proportion assessment of early childhood education and infrastructure. What was the process like? Well, that was the first objective, right? So our administration is looking for union and reconstruction, and for that we require participation. We implemented a national consultation coordinated by the Council in Ceará, represented by Guilherme Info, that is our partner in this initiative, with meetings in the Chamber of Basic Education. We've held different meetings in the CNN, technical meetings at national level, one in Brasilia and another in São Paulo, and specific meetings with different organizations. So it was a process that had a lot of participants. We have over 2,000 institutions participating, because the representation had to be collected, most of them from the public sector and from institutions that serve early childhood education. All the regions participated in these initiatives, and in the document that was disseminated jointly with all these institutions, presented in the public consultations a rate of approval of 96%. 96% in terms of management, 90% it was the lower rate in terms of teacher training, 96.4 in terms of pedagogical proposal, 97% in the item regarding assessment, and 98% in terms of infrastructure. All that work. So you haven't found the presentation, right? Oh, what a pity. For you to see that the parameters are still in debate. It's very important your participation. And so all this construction has a very important political base. So these parameters have to be in line with the legislation. Remember the example I gave you about the limiting outlook of the previous legislation. So in our report, we point out all these aspects. Now regarding the debate. The proposal that the Minister of Education sent, all this debate took place. In that process, we had to overcome different constraints. Like we haven't reached an agreement about different things, about the regulation of the career, the hours to be worked, about the salary of assistants, monitors, caregivers that work in the early childhood education sphere. There are about 400,000 employees regulated by the municipalities. Our administrations admit that professional, but doesn't have a norm about them. And they replace professors or teachers, especially in daycare units. While, according to our understanding, it's a professional that should assist professors or teachers. So they are assistants that may circulate around the different classrooms, while the professor or teacher is allocated in a single classroom. So those assistants are still being questioned because their role is not so clear. Do they really need to be trained to provide this assistance? Those are the questions posed. And that is a huge challenge. Another challenge is regarding equity. And equity is one of the federal priorities and is one of the priorities of our early childhood education. And that implies ethnic and racial aspects, giving access to those children that speak different languages, that are deaf, that just to support these instances, to provide access to all this diversity of children. And we need to guarantee not only access, but also the quality in terms of this diversity. So we speak about quality parameters, and now those are matched with equity aspects. Another challenge is literacy. What's the role of early childhood education in terms of the right of children to learn to write and read? Early childhood education has a role there. It has a specific, but it doesn't have a specific literacy goals. Those are present in the elementary schools. We are committed to that right. Children ask questions, they are interested, and we should give answer to that. but we cannot, but we shouldn't provide literacy in early childhood education. That's not the goal of this stage. Our goal has to do with the multiple languages and to the right to interaction and play. And the literacy is in the core of the parameters, and all this debate, of course, take place in a contentious space. And another issue in this debate is regarding this private and public interaction. How public policies can be applied to the private sector. We haven't reached a consensus in this regard. We understand that the law admits a public-private partnership. We have a law that regulates that, that's admitted in the offer and in the training, but following specific criteria. And the idea is that parameters should be clear regarding this. That's still in dispute. So, the document that the Ministry of Education produced throughout this debate, many of you were involved, was presented to the National Council of Education, asking for a regulation, a norm regarding these quality parameters. In the National Council, a repertoire was nominated. That was the counselor called Sueli. She issued a document and a resolution that proposes the operational guidelines to implement the national quality parameters.
That discussion is in the National Council after the whole process. The discussion was outlined to be discussed on, and the National Council itself, it was removed from the agenda, from the deliberation, and it now is in discussion. So it remains under discussion. So what am I saying with that? I'm saying that your role when we bring this debate here, with courage, with trust, in the perspective that to face questions that Eliana has put forward for us today, it is actually that we are inviting you to participate in this discussion. This discussion is outlined in the National Council for next Wednesday. It's going to be discussed in a meeting at the Chamber of Basic Education, and the perspective is that they are going to ask for it to be maintained under discussion so that we can further develop these parameters. Is it important to improve? Yes, it is our role. It is the role of all of us. The parameters, they exist since 2006 as a reference from the Ministry of Education. In 2018, the Ministry of Education elaborated a different proposal where the Ministry itself did not support. And then they opened a new discussion, producing new quality parameters that were sent to the National Council that were not deliberated on. So we need these parameters. Brazil needs these parameters. The children need these parameters. The Ministry of Education needs this so that it can guide on the policies, so we can face challenges of how to give assessment to deal with children that are Black, that are Native Indians. So based on this debate and with the commitment of Fundação Bracell, that I bring today these words and the commitment of the Ministry of Education. That we have our director here present today, and we're facing and we want the fighting for the parameters of quality and equity in early education. Thank you very much.
Todo mundo tem que seguir o exemplo da Ritinha, mulher preparada, né? Os slides não abriram, mas ela estava com o material em mãos. Então, obrigada, professora Rita. Em seguida, então, eu já passo a palavra para o Alessio Costa Lima. Ele trabalha 25 anos na área da educação, já foi professor e diretor escolar, passou por diferentes cargos na Secretaria de Estado de Educação do Ceará e está no segundo mandato à frente da
system, and now he is at the front of Undime, and today he is working in Ibaratama in the state of Ceará. Now, Alex, you're going to continue the reflection, the challenges in early education. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I think I'm going to take another microphone. Thank you. Initially, I would like to thank for the invitation, Eduardo for the invitation, Beatriz also, Alejandra. It was with great happiness that I and Rebecca for the first meeting also, first to meet you and to meet the Institute, the Bracell Institute Foundation, and also to work on early education. Rebecca also, we have celebrated, because as if we have more actors from the third sector supporting early education, we will have more relevant results. So we're happy to know that there are more stars defined in the country defending early education within the country. Partners, and we hope to work together in the development, and we are responsible here for as in the local level, and we have to have the support of the state and the federal government where I work. I would like to congratulate those who are organizing his. I see Patricia from Itaúí, Márcia, who worked with me in Ceará formerly, and we worked with the literacy of children, and so many other people. Alex, who spoke, Márcia, Padula, who's here. This very, very well-selected audience here today. I'm happy to see this today. Happy to be Hélio, who is the Secretary of State of Mato Grosso do Sul, and the representative from the National Council of Education. It is a pleasure to be here sharing this debate with you today with such an distinctive audience. So we notice that all the speeches are converging, but I confess that I was very satisfied to hear when I heard Alex speaking, and I'm happy that he is at the education of basic education in the Ministry of Education, and his speech goes towards what I defend with early education, which is the defense of early education, and then it also talks about the financing, funding of early education. I thought his speech was very interesting, especially regarding some aspects that the Ministry of Education needs to look at. So it's very important to have Rita here today. She's here from MEC, and she's more directly in early education. It's important to have Rita and Alex here, both referencing their speeches with early education. Okay, right, I've already talked about that. When I was invited, I was thinking, what am I going to talk about? Because Rita is going to cover everything, and Eliana also, I liked her talk very much too when she brought the aspects of what we need to advance on. But this is a little bit of what was built in our last forum at Odin. We had more than 2,000 secretaries of education, persons present in Cuiabá. We were discussing 3-4 days education. At the end of the event, we wrote a letter in Cuiabá in August of last year. One of the topics, one of the first ones that we put as a priority that we had to defend as an institution, and it had to do with first childhood education, that had to guarantee education, early education in public schools that would be free, guaranteeing the rights of learning, development of basic education, so they could be together, play, participate, explore, express themselves, and know themselves in a way that they can learn and develop because of interactions and play and games. So this was discussed, voted on, and it was finalized so everyone who's in front of the management, so if somebody is there, wakes up, who's like, what am I going to do? So we have to wake up every day, and we're going to have to deal with a lion every day, a huge problem every day. So we know the ways how to get there, but we also know that the difficulties and challenges that we have on a daily basis when we arrive at the office, at the secretariat. We have many specific demands, so we have many different problems with the teachers, someone who's retired, we have looking for a new professional that's qualified. So from the point of view of those who are in the management, we have to deal with problems, and we try to navigate these problems, right, Padula, in the best way possible, so that we get the best results. I agree with everything that has been discussed here today. I'm also a researcher. If I were to go to a classroom, I would also find the same problems, but I'm more optimistic than she has put forward. I don't think that the education in our country is that chaos, but of course she has found that, and if we go out and look at the classrooms, we will see that in many classrooms, because Brazil is a very diverse country, and the differences are huge, and the differences in terms of the economic status and everything. But we have many experiences that are very, very positive, that have advanced greatly, and a lot of them who have made advances, they still have a lot of improvement to make. But when you reach a level, then you know that when we reach a certain level, there's always more to go forward. But we're still far away from, we're all far from the ideal, but we have to keep in the horizon the idea of the parameters of what is ideal, but we have to have our feet on the ground of what is real. So we have to know what is the difference between real and ideal, and we have to know that this journey is very rich, and how much are we going to develop? It depends on the investment that's going to be made. So we cannot advance in public policies if you just have the willpower of the teachers, of management. That's not enough to deal with the challenge and between what is real and what's ideal. You know, Rebecca was here, so we are aligned with the idea, with the milestones, the national and both international milestones. So we try to always be in touch with the conceptions that bring. So UNESCO brings this reflection. Everyone knows that childhood education is a priority for any and every society, because it's the basics. We think the Maria Cecilia Soto Vidigal, they promote every year a group of policies, of management, so that they spend 1 week in Harvard so they can be convinced technically of the importance of early childhood education. So that's fundamental, that work that they do, and it's a common sense. But how do we need to transform that? Is make those into action. So it is all the stages of education, not disregarding the others. The early stage of education is fundamental. It's the priority. If we don't have that, how can we move forward? So the child's education begins in early education, and UNESCO says that to the whole world. And what is quality in early education? What should be guaranteed in those stages, considering the guidelines, as Eliana said, and DCN, E, and PQEE, and BNCC. We have to consider all the parameters that are discussed in these stages. So Brazil, we don't need any more milestones. Regulatory, we need priorities, we need definition of public policies, and we need funding, to focus on the problems that we have today. But we have a huge legislation in comparison to other countries that have less regulations but have better results than we have, because they make decisions, political decisions, recognizing the importance of early education. That platform of the importance of education we're discussed every 4 years, obviously, because of the polls, and it's the priority of all of our politicians. And when it's election day, so it goes up until the election day, and then on the 1st of January they seem to forget it. So we have to have a reflection of that speech from the politicians of Brazil on education. Our legislation shows a little bit of the quality in early education, and we should have the assessment of following up and registering what we've seen in the classroom, and we should not promote or hold back a child, but we should be seeing how the child is developing. It's another perspective. Those who better assess our country are the teachers from the lower grades of school. So they're the ones who can better assess children, because as you go further in school, there's the difficulty, the idea of like the child is going to fail or not. So then they cease to assess the child's development. So we should have the same number of hours of school hours as the other levels of school. So we should have the same time of service, so that we have less dedication to early education. It needs to be, this is obvious, but it needs to be on the legislation. We need to also to have requirements. We have a paternalistic view, and it's present in all Brazil. We think that there's a view that children in early education can be absent, and we all know that children cannot be absent from school, even in early education. Any little excuse is used so that the children, they don't need to go to school. So the attendance is, so we have normalized the concept that attendance is not important in early education, and that's very common. And a lot of schools are actually paying more attention to that, and of demanding from the school the responsibility of making the child goes to school, attends school every day. And the last is the question of the document, issuing the documentation that can allow the registering of that development. On this table you can see some of the challenges. Here in this table you can see a list, the facts of the importance that management, when I say management, I mean at all levels of government, the importance that they give to early education. So this is where the budget is distributed. This is where they base their decisions on. So who does that? Is a commission formed by 15 people, and they decide where's Fundeb's going to prioritize and invest their funding. So this is from 2021 for 2024, but the idea would have been to have the whole historical series. Since when Fundeb exists, you would see that early education, before it used to be 0.8, and many years early education was a sub-level of education, and there wasn't dedicated funding, was not dedicated, and there was less investment than those students in the early years of school. And that when we know that we need, for the basic, we need much more, the expenditure is far greater than maintaining a child in early years of school or middle school. So the expenditure is differentiated, especially when we're talking about the ratio teacher student. We cannot have a teacher with more than 10, 15 when the child is 2 or 3 years old or 1 year old. So the ratio teacher pupil is more expensive. So in the 5th grade or 9th grade or in high school, so the policy will guarantee the teacher, but we have the teacher in early childhood is up to 4 times more expensive. So from this table, you can notice that we have had some advances, that Ungini, we have 15, we have a commission of 15. For each meeting, we have fights. This meeting is horrible. Sometimes we have extended our meetings 3 times because we never reached a conclusion. Some five of the counselors would draw from the priority to basic education, to early education, and then the meeting is going to be tomorrow in Brasilia, and it's such a complicated meeting that we have a pre-meeting and then we have separate Ungimi, so we prepare ourselves, mentally and with the God's blessings. So what we're going to manage to get for early education. So here you can see the development for.
After a lot of fight, we got to 1.20 and froze there. And it should be 2.0 because the cost of full education should be 2%. That's the conclusion after important assessments, but so now it used to be 2.1 for full education, and I just wanted to show that in the minutes. It was the first time in 24 years that the federal government proposed to acknowledge for the first time in 24 years that the cost of full education in early childhood education was 2%. So it was a victory. We were surprised about improving this budget, allocating 2.5. It used to be 1.3. Last year was voted a proposal of the federal government. It was approved. So it was proposed by the government. So it passed. So it was approved 1.5 for daycares. That's important, not because of the funds themselves, but in 24 years, just to acknowledge that the budget that is needed in this stage is higher than in the other instances, and we will keep on fighting to reach 2.5. We made progress then, and then we made an agreement to increase 1.6, and we improved in the case of preschools that used to be 1.10, from 1.10 went to 1.5. Sometimes the managers, administrators do not know what happened there. So that represents a lot of funds. The Fundeb growth not because the funds increased. It's because we exert pressure. So we have more funds allocated to education. We have this kind of meetings is complicated because we're not speaking about the redistribution of existing funds. When the decision is made to allocate more money to early childhood education means that the other stages will receive less funds. But we consider that this redistribution should be the fairest as possible. So if we consider that early childhood education demands more funds, that should be reflected in the budget. So this redistribution should have also considering the needs at municipality level. I was going to speak about these 5 main challenges. There is no time for this. So now, speaking about teacher training. As my colleague said, there's still few studies to measure the quality of early childhood education, but we have some. We have the census that allows to make some diagnosis. Here, for instance, we say that in terms of the teachers in the early childhood education, we have a percentage of 63% are effective and 30% are under contract. So we can consider that that's not enough, but if we compare that with the other stages, this this rate of professors of effective hirings in all the stages. That's important because in the National Plan of Education, one of the goals was to increase this effective hiring of teachers because they have sat for exams and they comply with the quality requirements in terms of teaching. So when we speak about effective hiring or permanent hiring, the higher the better. Now, in terms of teacher training, we have good numbers here also. When we look at these numbers, we see that historically we have been evolving. That's the rate of teachers that have graduated, and we see that this number is increasing. We can see that in high school education, we may find professors that have passed the exam, but they have just finished high school, you know. They haven't done professional training. If that number is higher, and then we see out of this almost 80% of professors that have attended university, which of them have done in-person training, that number will decrease. So we know that it's not enough to have a diploma. We need to have a quality training. And this quality should be considered regarding the needs, teaching needs. if I don't make sure that this training can enable these professionals to do a good work in their classrooms, there is no use if they don't have the necessary competencies to do a good work in classroom. We also have the challenges of providing opportunities for continuous education to improve their competencies. So this is to see how are we in terms of quality, taking into consideration the census information. So 46.6% have, in terms of infrastructure, 46% have adequate bathroom, 66% have toys to play. So that means that 35% don't have them. 80% have educational games, and 32% have cultural activities and materials. And that means that 70% then don't have access to that. Yes, and so it gives us a rate of the schools complying with these aspects, but also gives us an idea of the size of the challenges. As Rita said, about the need to provide a regulation for the assistant teachers. There is no way to do early childhood education without assistance. Teachers need assistance to do a good work. So in some cases, there's a deviation of the norm where these assistants are in charge of a classroom. So this bill that was in the Education Commission to regulate this profession needs a better articulation. I presented a bill that was voted without any discussion. So and it's a bill that is about to be voted. So it is quite concerning that this new regulation may produce a negative impact. It would dequalify the figure of the professors and then now giving room for anybody to be able to have that role, even being an assistant teacher. Thank you very much. Professor Lesser, I know that you had a good coffee at the beginning of the session, so I would like to ask questions. Please be brief in answering so we don't leave them aside. And then now we then be ready to go to have lunch. I'll start with a question from Eliana. For Eliana, how to use the tools we have so as to make progress in these different years? How can we better understand the context of implementation? Evaluations are done in a very restricted period of time, a very specific tool. What are your recommendations to make progress in this sense, and how? So listen, I am not pessimistic, first of all, right? I am a researcher, and I'm just sharing data that are still being reviewed. It is very interesting, this question, and quite complex as well. I defend that first we need to do a follow-up through external assessment and internal assessment so as to have a diagnosis, a precise diagnosis of the moment. And I defend that because I think we still have some issues regarding this policy, and I'm quite concerned about some impact studies, despite the fact that we have done some of them. So we have to work hand in hand with the impact studies, focusing very specific variables that produce this isolation. We have been influenced by an English study about early childhood education run by Edmund Bershers, and he wrote an article where he says that it was very important to analyze the context so as to see what was really have an impact in terms of change. I defend in Brazil that first of all we should have to determine in what conditions the offer is, and based on that we can think about what to propose. So we are going to ask a question to Professor Rita. Can you speak about the dimensions of the new parameters regarding quality? What is the consensus about these proposals that you can comment on? There was consensus in these different dimensions. All of them got above 90%. In the public consultation, in the debate within the Council, these rates change. So there are 301 parameters that will be regulated as indicators, but we should lower down that number, right? Still, there is an important consensus, but when you discriminate the criteria within each dimension, is when we face these different positionings, tensions in terms of interests, and also in this dispute for power. I'm going to ask for 2 more minutes to comment what Alessio said. Yesterday, I was with the Federal Deputy Luciano from the PSOL party in São Paulo that proposed the bill to regulate teacher assistants. The Minister of Education decided to regulate this at national level. That not only is considering the professionalization of these assistants, but also considers the identity of how this teaching is done. That is what is behind this discussion. What do we really need in these instances? So we took the challenge. We are doing a national study, statistically representative, to base our decision regarding teacher assistants and monitors of early childhood education. The health sector has done the same regarding health assistance. I'm sorry, we are short of time. Thank you very much for staying a little longer in this session. but we are debating very sensitive issues, very dear to all of us, and we should all be very attentive to the disputes that have just been presented. It's not just about conceptions, but it's about of the kind of a state and society we want. That is what is at stake. So these ideas of children not needing to go to school, a society that allows racism and gender difference inequalities. So it is high time to think about what we need to have a just and equitable society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucimara. I think that they are more interested in debating than in eating, you know. So all these presentations will be made available through a link that is going to be sent to you. So I would really like you all to be punctual to come back at 2 p.m. Have a good lunch.
Acho que vou desligar esse aqui, né?
entendeu?
aí pra fechar, fica bonito.
A gente vai fazer uma mais eu um pouquinho
boa tarde a todos mais uma vez. Que bom tê-los de volta. Vou pedir a todos que se acomodem, já encontrem os seus assentos para a gente dar sequência. Todos bem alimentados? Prontos aí para os conteúdos da tarde? Bom, no período da manhã, debatemos sobre a importância de uma educação infantil de qualidade para o desenvolvimento humano e sobre os desafios para garantir esse direito a todas as crianças brasileiras. Iniciaremos os debates da tarde com uma discussão a respeito de um elemento central para a garantia da qualidade da educação infantil, a formação inicial e continuada dos professores no Brasil. A próxima mesa buscará responder à pergunta: como transformar a formação de professores para atender às especificidades da educação infantil? Para esse debate, contaremos com duas especialistas brasileiras no tema: a professora Bernadette Gatti, titular da Cátedra Alfredo Bozzi de Educação Básica do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo. Vamos receber Bem-vinda! E para moderar a mesa, chamo ao palco Mozart Ramos, titular da Cátedra Sérgio Henrique Ferreira do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo. Seja muito bem-vindo. Lembrando, por favor, uma salva de palmas. Lembrando que quem quiser enviar uma pergunta, se der tempo a gente responde ao final aqui da nossa mesa, pode enviar através do QR Code, não sei se dá para a gente colocar aí na tela. Também online, pode acessar o link enviado para vocês aí no chat.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Gostaria, inicialmente, primeiro de cumprimentar a Fundação Bracell, Eduqueiroz, toda a sua equipe, por essa brilhante iniciativa e agradecer pelo convite de coordenar, mediar essa mesa com 3 especialistas numa área que é estratégica para o sucesso da educação infantil, da educação brasileira. Porque todas as pesquisas mostram que, dentre os fatores intraescolares, o mais importante para a aprendizagem dos alunos é a qualidade do professor. Portanto, investir na valorização, na formação do professor é essencial. Quando a gente faz Eu tive um grande desafio, Bernadette, de certa forma, acompanhou de perto. Eu estava no Conselho Nacional de Educação e fui o relator da 2019, das diretrizes da formação do professor, tanto a inicial como a continuada. Com toda a minha experiência de vida, eu não tenho assim, nenhuma dúvida em dizer que a relatoria da formação inicial foi a mais difícil que eu tive em toda a minha trajetória dentro do Conselho Nacional. Eu fui conselheiro durante 12 anos, 8 anos e 4 anos depois. E digo a vocês, a formação inicial é algo extremamente complexo, porque as diretrizes, os interesses, quando você olha a universidade pública, a universidade particular, o terceiro setor, os diferentes setores, é muito difícil você achar convergências. E foi muito difícil essa relatoria. E me ensinou muito. E nesse campo da educação infantil, eu procurei estudar muito, olhando as evidências, olhando bases de estudos sérios. Me baseei muito no que a neurociência trouxe de importante em relação a como o cérebro aprende as crianças menores. E claramente ficou muito evidenciado que algo que a gente não olhava, quando eu fui secretário de Educação em Pernambuco, em 2003 a 2006, para se ter uma ideia, não estou falando de algo muito distante, a creche não ficava na Secretaria de Educação, ficava na assistência social, porque a gente olhava muito o cuidar, mas não o educar. E eu me recordo também que nessa oportunidade persistiu durante um bom tempo a formação dos professores na primeira infância da educação infantil. Boa parte dos professores no Brasil não tinham o ensino superior. Eram professores que tinham feito o normal médio. É tanto que me pediram lá na secretaria para manter o normal médio como estratégia de política de formação. Mas hoje a gente sabe o quão importante é a questão da formação do professor, principalmente para, à medida em que a ciência avançou no conhecimento,
a degree
por exemplo, no caso
in high school to teach at that level.
Escola, crianças com autismo,
so we are facing so many diversities, people with and children with so many problems at all levels. So I have a grandson that has autism, and it was very difficult to find a school where he could be integrated and he could have a well-prepared teacher to face that challenge. So, luckily, science is on our favor, so there are many evidence that can support this teacher training, and it is very good to have 3 experts. In the case of Bernadette and Barbara, I have studied their work. In Chile is a reference. I have followed up Paula González's work that is now in Chile from University of São Paulo, and she did a PhD in Chile about teacher training. So it is a very relevant topic and an important challenge to overcome. So I would like to conclude with a phrase. So, well, now I'm going to mix up all the names. So, Richard Herbian's phrase that says that teachers should prepare students for the future of the students and not for the past of the professor. I think that's a very important challenge. So, but what is the outlook at present? So, we have important challenges in the teachers training for early education, but also for continuous education, and the role of universities at present should be revisited, especially in terms of the pedagogy, the courses that specialize in pedagogy. I would like to start my Bernadette Gapi. Let me find here your name to introduce you and your background on education. So Bernadette, she has graduated in pedagogy at the University of São Paulo and a PhD in psychology in the University of Paris 7. Denise Diderot, she's retired from the University of São Paulo. She used to be a postgrad student professor in the Catholic University of São Paulo. She was a professor in the Institute Carlos Torres as a coordinator of the Department of Research in Education and was vice president of that institution. At present, she leads the subject on basic education at the Institute of Advanced Studies of the University of São Paulo. Bernadette, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about a topic I've been talking about for many years. So it seems that teachers' training for early education hasn't progressed. An example of that is the difficulties we face in legislating in this regard. So we have a resolution of the National Council of Education in 2001. It was an excellent resolution, but could not be implemented because the administration changed and then it was forgotten. Then, based in studies and some provocations on behalf of the researchers about the curriculum, we had an important debate led by the Ministry of Education between 2011 and 2015 that ended up in another resolution. But it was not implemented because, on the one hand, because of the public schools that had difficulties in the number of hours that was required, and then also it took 2 and 3 years this debate, and after the resolution they decided to complement this resolution with some guidelines with more details about the competencies needed for teachers training. In the resolution 219, that generated an enormous ideological debate with a lot of tensions, and then it was postponed once again, and it's in limbo now. We have no legislation whatsoever because it was not implemented, and we are waiting for a new resolution, and so the courses are random. We don't have clear guidelines, and now we have a new resolution that is quite polemic, and we still don't know how it's gonna end up being. In this area of teacher training, we have a lot of tensions because we have a lot of ideas. So if we had 200,000 technicians that have an opinion about how to play a soccer game, then we have the same in the area of teacher training. We have remodeled the courses of medicine and engineering courses, the ones in law, but we haven't been able to do the same in the area of education. And I feel a huge responsibility because all the careers depend on the quality of the basic education that heavily rely on the kind of teachers that will lead these courses. So we end up paying for a course that is not preparing the students for what they need to do in practice. So we need this resolution to be homologated and implemented, otherwise we would have a legal instrument in hand. But it seems that we are conformists, and on the other hand we have institutions that are very good, we cannot deny that. Some of them are really excellent, but in a universe of more than 7,000 courses, are very few the ones that are concerned about a project of teacher training and are concerned about the practice during this period. So I'm going to refer to some data because I think that data help us to think better. If we cannot see the numbers, it is hard to imagine possible pathways. In the past, regulations were done by a bunch of people that have no idea about the real social needs in the base, because the world changes all the time, and these changes also impact teachers. So I'm gonna start with a phrase that is about 100 years ago from the Manifesto of Basic Education in 1932. In 1959 and in 1932 they were making a call for university professors of not being just of a need to educate, but also to, as the only means to elevate vertically the culture and offering to the lives of students to propose better conditions to comply with their aspirations. So to train teachers to meet the needs in each of the stages of education. So, and pedagogical courses are not specialized in any stages, and that is really needed. We don't have a superior institute of education as in the case of other countries, and we have schools of education that are not integrated, where professors are not offered a practice. For instance, that would be very interesting to people studying pedagogy, talking with the other careers. No, all of them are isolated, and that responds to some interests of public policies, on public officials, and vested interests of different kinds. So this motto, this phrase was something that never became a reality. We have never had a specific training for professors. That was only possible in 2001. So this discourse of valuing and appreciating professors needs more grounds. So, and in the research I have oriented, we see that when we interview people in the community, they think that professors are really important. So those that do not consider professors to be important are the ones that are part of the elites, because the community really like the professors, understand their important role. So we have this important gap from the elite that do not appreciate the work of professors and the community that is not given a voice. So we have to better understand the situation nowadays. I'm going to give an emphasis in the bachelor's degrees. And those are the professors that are trained for the early education. In some states, we have specific courses. For instance, in Paraná, Rio de Janeiro, and other states, we are some schools that specialize in that, but we haven't done any studies about them, so we don't have data regarding that. So we don't have a specific data about that.
But we have a lot of data on teaching and pedagogy. So what are we talking about? And I want to show you a difference that happened, that was shown in the last 10, 12 years, 15 years, that those enrolled in teaching in 2011, most of them were in person, and we began having distance education, a little over 400,000 students. And then in 2021, only 10 years later, what did we have? From 1 million in person, we went to 643,000, and from 400,000 in distance education, we had 1 million. So there was an inversion of numbers, of figures there. So in terms of enrollment, we observed that those beginning that were reducing, and those in 2021 was the last figure that we had available. We had 138,000, and 467,000 were distance learning students. So this has shown that there's a transfer there. We're observing a transfer from teachers being educated from in-person to distance learning, and that raised a red flag with the Ministry of Education and at the other levels of the government, because and in their discussions, because when we're talking about whether that teacher, whether she is being educated, trained in person or in distance, it is difficult for them to ingress in the public education. And we see that the difficulties the difficulty in working with the in Portuguese language is of the highest score. So what's the problem with distance learning? The research on distance learning showed two very tricky issues. One, that is distance with internships that practically do not exist, they're fiction. And how can a person who becomes educated, who is trained to become a teacher, how can they, and people who are going to work with children in day cares, and what are they going to do? They're not going to go there to change diapers. They're there to stimulate children to develop, so they can develop. So you need to know, you need to learn how a small child learns. And the problem continues when we're talking about 5-6-year-olds. And the lack of internships, we consider that very serious. And we have also seen that in private institutions, the training is offered in 2 or 3 years early. With the study of Selma Garridi and from the University of Sao Paulo, published in 2017, and I had already seen that in 2009, 11, 15. So we can see that the number of the hours have been reduced, and that they have been changed with cultural activities which we have no idea what they are about. And when we interview coordinators, we watch a film, for example, then we make a presentation. So nothing that is really to prepare the person to become a teacher. So we are shocked to see how the curriculum the curricula are being developed for training teachers. So we don't know if there's an advantage or not, but one thing is the part that is based on knowledge, that is well approached when training teachers, but the assessment is not up to par. So these data that I'm showing here, the 1,600,000 of enrolled teachers in the training courses. 49% are on education. So that means 800,000 students are enrolled in pedagogy, and 89% are in the long-distance learning programs. So we are moving towards something which points to a lot of problems, and the red flag is there. So for you to have an idea of the value for other types of teacher training, it's not just for one or another type of teacher training. So for other types of teacher training, we have only 5% are being trained for teaching Portuguese language. So now we have a gap of a lack of teachers for Portuguese maths, 6%, geography, 3%, philosophy, 1%, physics, 2%, and chemistry, 2%. So who's teaching in middle school? Middle school and high school. So I think who's so it seems that nobody's asking this question. So in what conditions are these teachers being trained? How are they leaving the distance learning? With what quality are they leaving their training courses to deal with babies? I'm not even going to go there. So since I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to skip everything. See? Uh-oh. So I'm going to skip. I'm sorry. I'm going to skip. It wasn't. I'm going to skip the remainder. I want to, it's not enough time, I'm sorry, to discuss. So my colleagues have to speak. In some other, afterwards we can talk about these issues, but my presentation, I'm going to continue here. There's something very interesting. The document does exist. The Ministry of Education has the document for analysis, the ENAID, which is the teaching program, and this research was done in 2011, and there's a part where they discuss, very interesting, which is the argumentation, because what are those people, what are these teachers, what are they going to teach? To read, count, and writing, which is very, very difficult. So what are they going to teach these children? There's in question 1, and then there's a second question, and they have to, there's a question, and then they have to bring argumentation about general knowledge, which is the response. There's also a question which is based on something more specific, which is in the area where this teacher is being trained on. So what is the average of performance? Is 24 points out of 100. 24 points out of 100. There's a huge variation, yes. There's a standard deviation, and you can see some people get a 0, but in Portuguese language, for example, if we consider, I'm sorry, in general subjects, it's almost close to 0. So with Portuguese, this is a catastrophe. The results that we're finding. So the average that is on specific knowledge is 20 points out of 100. So we have huge problems here that are very well analyzed by the specialists who have criteria and who assess these data, and nobody uses this data apparently from the Ministry of Education, because we have aspects on writing, on grammar, on text, lack of clarity, disorganization. Then we have also morphologic aspects, so tense, the use of verbs, and these people are the people who are going to teach children how to read and write. So you don't learn mathematics in Javanese, you learn it in Portuguese, and then they say, oh, he didn't understand the question, that's why he didn't answer. Well, that's the worst excuse you can give. he doesn't know Portuguese. He, she, the child does not understand the Portuguese language. So in the text, we have some analysis which I would like to share with you today. And we have to think a lot about what we're doing when we are training teachers who can work with early education. With question comprehension, reading comprehension, perhaps the text. The texts have to be they are more complex than everyday life, because these teachers, the teachers use everyday language. So the questions have no full stop, no commas, the text is not clear, they have expressions which are not used in formal language. And the texts have a universe of argumentation which is limited in vocabulary, and usually they have to use the motivational text to look for the elements to base themselves on, to build sentences. So there's no freedom of creating creative writing. So the reasons are, they are shown in a not clear way, without continuity, and it shows that there is deficiency when we're speaking about there's no basis on culture, art, and in a broader sense there's censorship, and there's no separation with cultural aspects, and especially when it's linked to the structure and organization of text, such as if, and this is, since this is a core skill that should be built over the school years, it's not something that you build in 1 or 2 years. You build that from early childhood, and that's the catastrophe that we have. That's the stage set for the catastrophe. And the teachers, they are victims. They are victims because after they have the continuous education, and they have to fill in that gap that they did not get. So that's what happens. That's what happens when we get to the continued education. We find teachers who have not had serious training, teacher training. So to conclude, based on the data, on the numerical data, we know that the performance in public schools is better than those in private schools, and for those in person is better than those from long distance. The differences are greater when we do the statistics, because the variation is huge. But the curves from the distance education, they are lowered, and the curves that from the in-person learning, they're a little bit better distributed. So that makes us think that we should question and discuss the role of in-person teaching and distance teaching, in not just for teachers but also for example, when we're thinking of a medical school where doctors kill people, teachers kill minds. So thank you very much. It is a pleasure to listen to you, Bernadette. Before reading Barbara's curriculum, I would like to say that Henrique Paim, our former Minister of Education, is here with us today. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. So what Bernadette showed us today is that the problems we have, so the starting point is that 50% of those students in pedagogy in Brazil did not get 150 points in the national exam for certification. So they would not have finished they would not have finished high school. So yesterday someone showed me that between the correlation between those who ingress and those who exit school. And I will add something to that. These results are from an evasion from the course, from the program. So when they ingress, they in 68% in distance learning evade, and the dropout, and in person about 45%. We have Cláudia
tem doutorado em educação e programas
Claudia Lagos is she's experienced in research in education and with emphasis in early education and continued education for teachers. She is currently the director of post-graduation and extension in research in Instituto Singularidade. Barbara Born, I'm sorry, that is the introduction to Barbara Born. Excuse me. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you, Bracell, for organization. It's an honor to be here in the session today, but especially especially talking with Professor Benedetti. She is a giant when we're talking about teacher training. It's a huge pleasure for me to be here today and a great honor to be here today. And Bernadette spoke a little bit about teacher training, and I'm going to talk about continued teacher training once that teacher is already within the teaching system. So firstly, why is it that we have continued education for the teachers? What motivates us to have the continued education? That tells us, Benedetti showed us that the first point, which is where I shown we have the continued education to remediate. That's the perspective that we have. A teacher that hasn't had the complete education, didn't have access to the knowledge and the practices that were necessary. So I'm going to complete that. So I'm going to give that teacher a continued teaching. There's another group, which are those that we have informed them. There's a new program, there's new material. So we invite that teacher to the Secretary of Education. So I call it that is formative, but it is informative. We're just sharing information with that teachers. In a lot of networks, the continued education is with the perspective of fulfilling legal expectation. Formerly, we had the 2016 objective, which was regarding continued education. We have a text that should be used for teacher training, and the teacher training is an instrument for attacking these three elements that I'm showing here. I'm sorry. Oops. What I wanted to share with you is, why is it that we should have continued training? I think it's obvious that our teacher arrives at this teaching unit with fragility. But even if we had the best education possible for the teacher, this teacher would only give us a good beginner. We are beyond the point as a nation that we're talking of a professional of huge complexity. I don't know how many of you here are teachers or have been in classrooms. So being in the classroom is to go into a territory of huge complexity, a huge number of children with different cognitive levels, differences, cultural differences, personal differences, and at the same time, I am responsible for those children learning, all of those at the same time, with a huge diversity of children. So that demands a lot from the professional. That has to be highly qualified. So I'm talking about someone whose development will happen during their career. That his presence in the classroom is necessary so that he can absorb the knowledge, can reflect, and can broaden his repertoire. So the continued education, yes, it's an instrument to improve the teacher, but to value also that professional in her complexity. So as he understands or she understands that they have to develop what we call expertise, adaptive expertise. They have a broad repertoire of practices and knowledge and can combine that in a unique way in a space that is always in constant transformation, which is a classroom, which is never the same as another place. So a canned knowledge, a pre-prepared knowledge. There's no worth. It's not worth for that teacher, because today they have two children, and then tomorrow two other children. But when we're talking about early education, we saw evidences during the discussions of this morning of the importance of the relationship, between the teacher and the student, the pupil. But one thing I have to say, why is it so important for us to properly train the teachers for early education? Everything that happens in these educational spaces, the most important for the development of the teacher is the quality of the interaction that she has with the learning process, with the adult who's mediating that learning process. So the quality of that interaction, how is that worked with that professional, if not with this teacher's training? How can we act on the capacity of that teacher dealing well with literature that she has in classroom, of choosing the best books for those students? It doesn't help that the ministry has a list of books that are of high quality if the teacher does not know how to curate, does not know how to mediate that knowledge for the development of those students that she has in the classroom. So this is an aspect that we have to consider. If the interaction is the key factor, that means the teacher is the key factor. And if the teacher is the key factor, so we have to think in how are we working on the continued education? So because we can make a lot of expenses with the building, but we're not focusing with the good interaction in the classroom. So that's how we can guarantee good education for the experiences with the children. So it's not any training that works. This is a very important point. So we have to think, what is the continued training that this teacher needs? So otherwise we're just saying, we're just doing any sort of program. Oh, we hire distance learning with 10 steps based on neuroscience, and then this student sits in front of the computer and learns. No, that will not work. We have a lot of evidence that proves that will not work.
So there is a field of studies within the teacher training sphere that is really clear about what works well in terms of continuous education for the professor to transform their practices, for the students to learn what is expected. So what are the best practices in this sense? And we should study this literature based in the research than in this early education stage, so as to think about what kind of education we offer to this in these teacher training courses. We have to consider that those studies that worked were control groups of professors, so we are speaking about the smaller groups of professors, had access to high quality experiences mediated by high qualified professionals in the area of education. And there are some evidence in a large case and the studies of the ones done in China and India that points out that continuous education does not work well. But if you open that black box of these studies that didn't work well, as it was done in China, we will observe that the quality of the person providing the training was not controlled. They just handed in pre-canned program and expecting the professor to provoke transformation. Of course, that didn't work. So this kind of literature shows us what is needed in continuous educations for it to be efficient. What are the elements that should be present in terms of design and in terms of the experience of the person participating in the course that may guarantee or increase the probabilities that this professor will learn. So it is centered in content, so in the content that is taught in the classroom, that is focused in the challenges faced in the classroom. Just to call a professor for just to preach and give long talks about theoretical things, well, will not motivate the students and has no impact in what happens within that classroom. It doesn't allow any transformation in education. It can be a trigger to start the process, but it wouldn't lead to real transformation. We should have active methodologies where the professor is engaged with knowledge through an exchange. It is a methodology thought for adults, mediated by professionals that have the actual experience that allow them to understand how their learning in a specific way makes a difference or not. That needs an exchange with their peers to be together with colleagues that are learning the same, because in that way they can exchange experiences and ideas with other professors and with experts that are well prepared. Out of these 3 points, I would like to highlight how we can approach that in early education. So when we speak about centering or focusing in content, it's not just about the content itself, but to understand what does it mean within the context of the curriculum, of what kind of experiences the professor needs to create within those daycare units, those classrooms, for those children to be able to develop fully. So how to develop language, how to promote curiosity. That's very complex. A professor is not cannot apply a ready-made solution. They have to reflect on what kind of questions they're going to pose to their students, what may inspire their students to create these experiences from which the students and learners can learn. So see how specialized, how much specialization all these work requires. They need to be attentive to many aspects and be able to make an assessment of that classroom to understand what's the social and cognitive status of these students, and be attentive to the different signals so as to interact in a proper manner with that context. And all these tools should be provided during the training course. But besides the object of knowledge, that is the content, is not about the hour taught. We have to think about how we teach, because how the experiences that this professor generate are as important as the content. They have to have formative experiences based in practice that are appropriate for adults that are learning regarding their profession. We cannot treat teachers as children. Many times we make this mistake. So we can make a circle and debate about a book, and that's it, and then the teacher can recreate that to their students. No, it is important to meta-process this and analyze what's the best way of carrying that activity out. And that is so also to analyze what are the materials required, what are the specific tools that may allow this development, so what are the proper elements and materials that can support that teaching experience. That's why it's so important to have experts in the field. In Brazil, we have a tradition of think about teacher training as a peer training. And if I'm a good professor, I can teach my peer. So the fact of me being a good professor doesn't make me a good trainer. I need a specific knowledge to make sure that professors learn, as I am mediating the knowledge of how adults learn, what are the learning experiences that are most appropriate for this context. Whenever we speak about research, and we need research about continuous education, but it's not overnight that we'll see the results. There are important studies in this regard that have observed the different layers of this training. The first thing is to analyze the individual repertoire of that professor. Then I have to transform the practice of the professor. First, to make sure that the professor feels comfortable with the content. And then if he understands the methods and all that, will be able to transform the learner's experience of the students. And that takes time, you know. It's not just because it didn't work in one time that we can discharge it. So the research can support early education as much as we understand what kind of teachers we're speaking about. We have numbers, we have number of teachers. What does it mean in terms of really learning? What's the difference that they make in the classroom? So the research that was presented in the morning shows many of these aspects. It's important to understand what's going on in the classroom. So in order to work on myself, it is very important to have a clear picture on who our learners are. We work a lot on that in the Singularidades Institute to do design-based research. So we base on literature, we test these different models in controlled environments, and the result is not just the end result. It's very important to focus on the process and the use of mixed methods, to pay close attention to the details and what happened in that scenario, because that is what allows us to qualify the professionals and to improve the kind of experiences we want in classrooms. Thank you very much, Barbara, for your excellent presentation. And I have the pleasure to invite our speaker from Chile, that is the Subsecretary of Education in the Ministry of Education in Chile. Claudia, she has a degree in education by the Catholic University of Chile, a PhD in education by the IAIT in Uruguay. She's a researcher of important universities in Chile. She was the coordinator of teacher training and in the Center of Research and Pedagogical Research in the Ministry of Education in Chile, and at present is the Subsecretary of Education in the Ministry of Education in Chile. So welcome, Claudia. Okay, thank you very much, first of all, for this introduction, for this wonderful invitation. It's the second or third time that I come to Brazil to share my experience in my country regarding the training courses for early education professionals. I would like to thank also because part of my professional life was developed in the academic work and research of teachers, although now I'm working more on the side of the administration, design, and assessment of education. It's always a pleasure just to combine these two perspectives that are complementing and that they are so necessary. And as it was said in the morning, they are closely related. Just to give you a context, I will refer to some characteristics of the educational systems of early education in Chile, to then speak about the training courses and continuous training. First of all, so as to better understand how decisions are made regarding training courses of early education, is to focus in history. This year, there's going to be 160 years of public early education, and that's very important because it's a first initiative where we have a definition that has been sustained a long time, sometimes very precariously or very fiercely as today, about the importance of intervening in the early education during the first years of lives. In that case, early education has always considered these aspects. With the creation of the first kindergarten, within the framework of a visit that some officials, Chilean officials in Europe, so as to update themselves about education practice. With that, so regarding the first level of the educational system, it's important to say that the early education considers children from 0 to 6 years old, and it makes a distinction between 0 to, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 6 years old. That's key in terms of the specialization, that strongly believes that intervention shouldn't be done only based on common sense and experience, but it requires a source of robust knowledge and tools. So this period of education is not compulsory. It has an attendance of over 50% at national level, and we have different instances. Some of them are formal education, others are non-formal education, and depending on the area where they are and the kind of population where they are located. Regarding the institutions, from 2015, early education in Chile has a subsecretariat that I lead at present. It's part of the Ministry of Education. You have the Minister of Education. We have 3 subsecretaries of early education, school education, and higher education. So this is a framework of governance of public policies in Chile that have an important role in shaping the public and private systems throughout education.
Respecto de la diversidad de la provisión, existen dos grandes sostenedores,
there are 2 main bodies and providers of early education. We have public institutes. These are public institutes, and there are a lot of kindergartens and daycare units that are based on a private-public partnership, and the transition ones from kindergarten and pre-kindergartens from 4 to 6 years old that are offered by schools in terms of these 3 different formats cover education from 0 to 4 years old. Then we have different formats, the number of children in each that in the classrooms in each of these kind of institution, and as you can see, it is quite varied in terms of number and kind of education. The guidelines regarding how early education works is based on curricular policies and important efforts to articulate them all. Each of them respond to different dimensions of practice. At professional level, on the one hand, we have curricular basis for early education and base guidelines for general education. We have non-prescriptive framework with guidelines about what the children should learn and how to guide these processes. From the moment they were created in 2002, interaction is considered as key. And in view of the guidelines of these curricular aspects, we have other legal tools that define in detail how these interactions should be performed so as to attain high-quality education. We also have other 2 elements that are very important because they shed light on how the profession should be guided through standards of the practice, standards, non-negotiable standards regarding education facilities and other guidelines that specifically address professionals that lead teams and educational centers.
a respeito das provisões, nós temos uma legislação. Amanhã também eu vou falar sobre isso, sobre o coeficiente técnico, sobre o depending on the stage and on which the students are. So firstly, we have an educator and a technician in all the levels. And with the children, we have to have, depending on the number of children we have, it depends on the level of the education. We always have to consider at least 2 adults in the classroom, and in some way that they can develop work in doubles and in collaboration, so they can develop everything that happens in that classroom. And when we're talking about the initial training of children who are, of teachers who teach in early education, all the educators, those who conduct the educational process, and they are people who have to have, they have to study at universities and have to have some graduation, at least 8 semesters of training, and they should also be trained, certified in educational programs by the National Council of Accreditation, and they have different programs and different universities who provide these different careers with different peculiarities and emphasis, and all of them have the basis curriculum that enriched, and they have also certifications. The National Council of Certification is a council that does not depend on any university, and what that they do, they are an external entity, and they do the regulation of this. And this happens through an evaluation and assessment. It's an evaluation process where we have a report where that covers all the dimensions that are non-negotiable and of the minimal training that these teachers for early education need. And in that sense, we have a report which is a self-assessment exercise. So each program has to see, they have to evaluate whether they're close or distant from the optimal training, and they have to also see what tools they're going to do in if they have to make improvements. So there are parameters of certification, which is a maximum of 7 years. Few universities promedio is 5 years, and less than 4 years of certification, that would be a program that has a lot of challenges. So what happens is that that conditions the interest of or the popularity of a program in relationship to another program. So some universities are more prestigious than others. Usually it's because the accreditation is better, because and that's a determining problem, that's what people look at when they're making the decision of where to study. As you can see, the rate of evasion is almost 83%, and the profiles of training they make reference to the development of curricula, working with family, the development of the integral development of the child, attention to those children and other elements. And also there's a strong focus on the discipline and didactics and everything that has to do with the assessment of the children, and focus on investigation and other elements of early training in the exercise of the profession, that has to do also with psychology and development of the profession, and also everything that has to do with citizenship of the children. Regarding the techniques of early education of these people that follow this process, that are managed by the educator, and in some cases depends on the number of children in the classroom, that varies. We also have a trainee that is It's technical, but not university training, but it is developed in higher education schools. Some of them, they study in undergraduate school. No, they study, I'm sorry, in high school. But they are programs that do not have certification, but they do have one of the requisites is that they have to have a title to be assistant or a technician in early teaching. So the establishment, we have about 12,000 teaching facilities. We have 731,000 enrollments of children between the ages of 0 and 6. And in terms of directors, educators, and technicians, we have approximately 16,000 we have a deficit, and this was the data from 2023. I'm sorry, I've just fast forwarded. How do I go back? Okay. Okay, regarding initial training, as I was saying, we have the standards, which is another instrument. That we have a lot of instruments in the Chilean system of education. This is from 2012, and these standards, they guide regarding the training of, and if we have freedom in teaching, some things are non-negotiable for the training of teachers, of educators, and they are based on what I showed you before of how the system works and it's regulated. So what we expect in the education of educators is that they have these considerations. So it is very important that we show this milestone, which is in the early education, the students for early and for general training for education, they have to sit for an examination, which is a national examination, which gives us a result of how the training was. There's no consequence for the student, but it is you have to sit this examination to ingress into professional life. But this is so those institutions that are training teachers, so they can implement strategies that can improve or remediate, so not wait so that the students, they leave the system with deficiencies. So to improve this while they are in their training. This evaluation, this assessment is very well incorporated in the system, and it has a requirement, and it's part of the accreditation, and you have to demonstrate, you have to obtain a good grade. Of course, you don't have to sit it, because there's no consequence for the student, and it doesn't need to be applied, so they can leave the system, but it doesn't have a consequence for the student. So regarding continued education, we have in Chile a legislation since 2016 that is called the System of Development, the Professional Development of the Teacher, which is, it follows the teachers and educators through their trajectory in their professional life, but it has a dimension that is, there's an assessment. This assessment in 2024, this year, it finished, bring all the educators into the system. They're already part of the evaluation. It has a practical dimension, because it's a portfolio that you have to be built based on their education and their experience, and there's an exam of didactic and disciplinary aspects. So it allows them, evaluation, the result of it, that puts the teachers in the phases of their professional development, and that it exists since 2017, and it has implications on their compensation. So depending on the result, the teachers can be classified in basic teachers, competent or experts, and there's a bonification in the public system that is associated with their compensation, their financial compensation. And that exam is very important because it determines what are the challenges of the training, and it informs the system and in the improvement center to define what is the offer that those teachers have to have, and Hunhi, and they develop also continued training based on characteristics that they have identified in their training system. So what I have sensed is that what we're trying to do in the last few years in trying to articulate all the different dimensions that are in training. There is the formative training, there's diagnostics training, depending on the quality. Also that we're seeing the process with the initial and continued education, so that we can conduct in some way the whole trajectory of the professional training. So it's also a challenge, and there's an articulation that the instruments have to be consistent, they have to make sense, and we can maintain the teacher and the educator not just be focused on reaching their own expectations, but also do the reflection and everything that they need, both on an individual and collective level. The most important in terms of what are the challenges in terms of training is that it has to do with the initial training. It's very important. So for what we have been able to identify and from the evidence that we have, they can meet the demands of the system in a dynamic way, dealing with the challenges that are being presented. This happens as the system is continuously being developed, and there's a lot of information coming from that system. So as I said, we have to update the curricular instruments, management, how to implement public policies. It also allows to deal with situations that are more contextualized and with what we're living nowadays. For example, what it meant to go back to society after the pandemic, where we needed to see elements that we were dealing with differently, and also at the end give elements to the teachers and the educators so they can reflect on their own practices and in the collective way. And also there are challenges associated with strengthening these assessment processes and have much more elements that of reflection that are not just seen from the external evaluation, but also from the personal development of the teacher, and also the permanent challenge of following the training of the teacher that can respond to the needs and focused needs of how to conduct teaching in the levels of transition or with the basic school, and amongst other things. And those early education teachers, they have leadership roles, such as directors of teaching teams. They have to have the competence that they need for that dimension. That was my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claudia Lagos, for your brilliant presentation. It's such a pity that it's such a short time for such a for your presentation, so rich in details. So although we're pressed on time, we have a little bit, we have time for some questions. So I ask you just to be brief on your answers, please. So first, I would like to ask a question to Bernadette. Bernadette, the million-dollar question is not simple. The answer is not simple. So what should we change in terms of pedagogy in the training of teachers so it can train teachers, well-prepared teachers for the system? I'm sorry, this is not honest. This is a terror these teachers to deal with the challenges of daycare and preschool. 2 minutes, Bernadette. So we have to change the guidelines, the national guidelines of the curricula for the training of teachers. If we don't change that, we need to change it. Since you have been extremely short, so what's the main change that you would make? So that in that we have a huge discussion, because some people defend creating a specific course program for early education, which integrates the first years of school. So taking something that would cover from 0 to 10 years of age. So a huge group of people believe that. So separate the training of teachers for that specific group. And then with that, you have to think of, I always say that we have created an ideal, and we have created a curriculum. We go from abstract to abstract. No, we have to go from the concrete to the curricula. So we have to change an idea of how we're going to compose the curricula. We need a long discussion for this. It's not something we can discuss in 2 minutes. So okay, that will be for a second when we continue to discuss this topic. Thank you very much, Bernadette. We need to have some satellite meetings, Rita. Barbara, how can the municipalities qualify the continued education so they can transform the training of teachers? Okay, I'm going to respond in 2 minutes. I think there are some stages. First, the municipality have to have policies and define them clearly, and for the different publics. So we have the child from 0 to 15, and we also have we have high school also. So we have to think for the different audiences. We don't have one. It's not one size fits all. That's a very important thing. And we have to qualify the educators. We cannot have continued education in a scale which is contextualized, that responds to the ideas of, which responds the needs of that municipality. Barbara doesn't know how to respond the specificity of a specific city. We can qualify those trainers so they have the context, so they can do that process locally. That's a strategy. So we have to invest in the trainer. So without that, we cannot deliver quality education. Thank you, Barbara, very much for your presentation. Claudia, and for Claudia, your question is very different, but with the same sentiment. If we imagine, Claudia, that you have the challenge to modify early education in Brazil, bring your experience from Chile, where would you begin? Well, I think that one of the things that is very evident, that become very evident today, is, and many of the speakers said today, I think that the recipes do not work. There's not only way to make a linear transfer. That's something that's going to work. And we don't have A is going to result in B. That would be wonderful. We have some data social and historic, from context. There's a culture of context. So there's also the acknowledgement of the importance of this dimension of the process, of the training process. And I think the key is there. It has to do with having a great capacity of identifying information, identify the challenges, and also the pathways that conduct to good results. So in the rest of Latin America, we know that, and I was listening to Alessandro, I think, of the good experiments that are working, that can be scaled, that can be reflected, that can be adapted to meet in a pertinent way in considering the geography, for example. But I think that it's more and more important to listen to those who are the teachers, that's a huge challenge. I think we have learned a lot with that too. This is not an easy task, but the participation. So we have to conduct consultations, and that's going to reflect what I showed you. For example, there's a preliminary idea, and there's a workforce that's necessary, and we need funding. That's not something that's cheap to do, that's inexpensive. So we need funding also that will count with the participation, and that implies in a different product that will result in a product that will take the evidence and the data and for the experimental, the investigation, and it will also be in the context and who are the professionals and that are in early education, and all which standards work or not, and they can bring from that and conduct the pathway. So it has to do with any perspective, theoretical perspective, give us what is happening in practice, and what are the learning points that we can cover all these dimensions. Thank you. Claudia, thank you very much. And now, in 2 minutes, I have to finalize here everything that was sent here for these brilliant women and speakers. I think one thing is very clear. So if we don't change the curve and the training in early education, the Bernadette will be showing the same results over and over from INADE. So 50% of the teachers, they do not have a certification from high school even. So we have to see, when the teachers are in high school, for those future teachers, we have to have a program that trains them very well in an articulated manner, not just for any course, not for any program, but for innovative courses where they can be trained and well-trained. And these new courses, they are training, they're making a huge effort. I follow a few in PUC Paraná and PUC Rio Grande do Sul, but they cannot compete with the ticket that is that the other programs, other universities that are asking for. So we have to have those files for education. So we have to have people who support the institutions. So policy, if we want good teachers, we have to attract them in high school, these professionals, look after them. We have to see where the deficits, we have to help them during the process. When they go into these innovative programs, we have to do like in Chile. We have to have programs which is for everyone, so train them properly, and that's not sustainable. We've had that, but that was not accessible. Yes, we have access, everyone has access to higher education, but it has to be of quality higher education. So we have to look at the quality of the training programs. And in third point, I think we should have a residence for the teachers, but a real residence, and which is done in many other countries. And this is what happens like in medicine, for example. The medical doctor, they finish their program, and then they go into the residency program. So I think we need to plan that. We need the courage to make a change in that curve, because we do not make an omelet without breaking some eggs. I think that's the lesson we have learned.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Now we're going to have a very brief coffee break of 15 minutes, and we'll resume activities at 4 p.m. See you soon.
pedir a todos que se acomodem, já retornem aos seus assentos.
We're about to resume our program. All right. Let's give some minutes for people to come back. Please take your seats. So we are about to start our last panels. Let me remind you about the QR code. And for those that are with us in the YouTube, you have the link posted in the chat box. Let me remind you that all the presentations are going to be made available through a link. So the second panel in the afternoon is going to focus on the co-responsibility in the different levels of government so as to support early education at federal, state, and municipality level, so as to collaborate, so as to ensure high-quality education for all children. So the participants of this panel on system of collaboration and the main challenges for the implementation of public policies in early education. Please welcome Federico Amancio from CONSEC. Welcome, Federico. Helio Queiroz, Secretary of Education of Mato Grosso do Sul State. Also, Henrique Paim, Director of Development of Public Management, Public Policies, and former Minister of Education. Welcome. The moderator, Marcia Campos, Executive Director of the Bem Comum Association, Common Good Association. Mics are ready. Have a great panel. Good afternoon. It is an honor to moderate this important panel. Our association thanks Bracell for the invitation. We are an organization that support state agencies in their collaboration initiatives based in the first experiences in the state of Ceará. This panel will refer to the collaboration system between the different state agencies and the main challenges for the implementation of public policies. Also, the commitment to literate children and their impact in the first education. So we are in a federative country. That is the system that was adopted to govern such a huge country. Is the fifth country in terms of extension in the world. And we have three different levels of administration at the national level, state level, and municipal level. In the Constitution has been established that education system needs to be organized through the collaboration in between these different levels of administration. But how can we do this? We know that this collaboration system helps the school transport and different public policies, and how we can use this collaboration to focus in learning. So in the state of Ceará, we try to make an experience with this collaboration. So we, through different programs to focus literacy, considering the different levels of education, considering assessment, training for literacy, and children's literature that is also important. So it's not just about teaching how to read, but also to practice it. And then we have the support of the Ministry of Education in Ceará. So thank you very much for being here. And we had a lot of support from the Secretariat of Education as well. And during this period, a specific policy was sanctioned for schooling in between 3 to 5 years old to make it universal access. So we develop curricular guidelines for this stage, teacher training, and to enlarge the enrollment. We created different educational centers where the government provided the infrastructure, and then the municipality level had to provide further infrastructure. The intent that with the funds that it was in a land was the intent of build 2 educational centers to enlarge the infrastructure and in terms of teacher training. So it was a huge investment of at the state level. We have had 20 years of experience in this sense, and This system of collaboration was a pillar of this. Now we have a national commitment to literacy that is also based in this collaboration system in between these different levels of administration, considering the state, the federal level, and the municipal level. Now we are working in this different articulation with the municipalities so as to the state government to be co-responsible for the efficiency and results in education and with corresponding policies regarding children's education. We're going to have 20 minutes and then we're going to allow 5 minutes for questions. So I would like to start with Frederico Mamancio. He is Secretary of Education in the city of Recife. He has a degree in administration by the University of Pernambuco and in law by the Federal University of São Paulo with an MBA in oil management by the University of Rio de Janeiro. He had different interventions in different administrations, and at present he is the Secretary of Education in the city of Recife. And he has contributed a lot at state level in terms of establishing this collaboration system in the state of Pernambuco. So I would like to congratulate you for your efforts in these regards and the results that have been attained so far.
Olá, muito boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon.
Eu vou ficar aqui para poder ajudar, não só para não ficar de costas para os meus
I'm
colegas.
gonna stand here so as not to give my back to my colleagues. So it's a huge joy to participate in this event. I would like to congratulate the Bracell Foundation for organizing this gathering, because it is very important to give proper importance to early education, especially regarding the pedagogical outlook. And the debates today strengthened the importance of this. So congratulations to everyone involved in the organization of these events. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to greet all. There are many friends here. I won't be able to greet individually each of you. So we shared an event with all of them last week in an event in Lisbon. But it is a joy to see them again here. Also, members of our secretariat, we've been working together for the last 10 years, and she's also participating in this event. I'm sure that one of the reasons for being here is because, well, some of you know me and know that I had the privilege and the honor to have been the Secretary of Education in the state of Pernambuco from 2015 till the end of 2020. And then I was, in the last 4 years, was invited to transform the education in the city of Recife, with a special focus in literacy and also early education, not just increasing the number of vacancies in daycare units. We doubled the offer, and also to qualify the work of the work done in the early education. So we don't want anymore just to have an assistentialist approach. Of course, that is important for to provide support to the families, but it's also important to focus of education about since the very early stage in life. Even playing has an impact in the development of children. All these have to do on how we learn. What is important is how we can accumulate learning throughout our life experience and how to attain good results in all this trajectory. I will focus in literacy, where the collaboration system plays an important role. Recife is the capital of the state of Recife. It's a big city. We have more than 5,000 municipalities in the country, and we need support for that. An important step in the area of literacy that made a change in the collaboration system was the results attained by the state of Ceará. The progress in that state that are very concrete regarding literacy. I'm not speaking about there were results that were reflected in the different municipalities. There are many municipalities in the Ceará state that ranked very well in literacy terms. So this project also was implemented in all the municipalities of the state. That's very important. Apart from acknowledging the importance of this successful case, we have to go back to 2019 after 10 years of the program in Ceará, and that was the only state doing that. There was no other state doing a similar project using the collaboration system. We have a similar project of literacy program within a system of collaboration. So this initiative is very important. The objective is to promote the states to create collaboration systems inspired in the results attained by the state of Ceará. So considering which were the components that made possible all this success, were taken as guidelines for the other programs. We were the first state to implement this program of literacy within the collaboration system. In total, there are 18 states participating in this program. So, although I won't get into the details, it's important to speak about this background. We have a national program about a commitment for children's literacy, promoted by the Ministry of Education at national level. So these projects have 3 strategic pillars. So there is not such a thing as a silver bullet in education. We have to have an holistic approach. So today's symposium seems to cover all these aspects, and this has been designed in 2019. These are the work pillars focusing in literacy, and that should be reflected in teachers' training, in the administration, in the curriculum, because that integrates all the public policies in the area of education. One of the big problems in our history was the lack of a curriculum so as to link teachers' training. So, okay, we are going to train for what? If it is not clear what should be taught. How to have a holistic program without a curriculum. So we spoke about all these aspects, but one of the most innovative initiatives was the creation of curriculum for early education and for the schools. And based on my experience, and based on what I've seen in my city and in the state of Pernambuco, the work that is done in preschool makes a huge difference in later stages. So it is important to include these initiatives in the different municipalities. All the municipalities adhered to this program, promoting a differentiated work in preschool. Based on our experiences, we can see how important is this in the students' performance in later stages. Besides all these pillars, we decided, and there's no such a thing of a good or wrong decision. We have to decide on a pathway and keep on that line. We understood, even in dialogue with the professors, that the schools and daycare units and professors need support to do their work, and that's what we created a complementary document. And now, speaking as a former Secretary of Education in the state of Pernambuco, we created a complementary material for the professors and for the students. And then there is a guideline that is specific about early education to work with in preschools. When they started elementary school, they had specific materials to work in their daily activities. So that was integrated in the curriculum we previously had. We had important educational parameters in terms of education, and we integrated activities, the school's work, the trainings, considering these guidelines. And Recife was one of the cities that adhered to the Literate Children program. That was, so in 2020, we started the program in 2019. In 20, we would intensify our work in the municipalities to train the teachers and the administrators. Then the pandemic came, and after the pandemic, we could resume our project. Recife participated in this program. So when we started to implement this program in the municipality, And as in many capitals of the states, we not always work in collaboration with the federal level and the state level. Fortaleza now see the results of the collaborative initiatives in Ceará. But the capital was the last one to adhere, and therefore it was one of the worst results in the state of Ceará, right? Today, I am sure that you are very proud of the work you did in Fortaleza, and now we have this city as having the highest degree of literacy in the whole Brazil. And despite of having done a work considering their specificities, it took into consideration the guidelines at national level. We work with a similar approach. We based in the program of children's literacy, but also considering some of the particularities of our place. We created our own program that is called First Letters. We keep on working in collaboration with the different instances of the state. If you can see that the pillars are very similar. We have just intensified something that we learned throughout time, that it makes a whole difference to coordinate the different activities, being aligned, so they can be aligned with the curriculum. In the case of early education, we work with preschooling, and as when we try to intensify in Recife, we realized that we needed to focus in strengthening early education but the school curriculum makes a huge difference in the project, and we make some adjustments considering our specificities at local level. So we create experience, we keep the collaboration system, and just to give you an example, the state of Pernambuco for 15 years have had assessment program at scale level. So it's a summative evaluation for all the municipalities at the end of the second grade. The municipality wouldn't need just to create a summative system of assessment. We are the first state in Brazil just to implement an assessment in terms of fluency. We started working there in that sense in 2019, and we created then our own system based in collaboration with the state system, so as we can create an assessment throughout the educational process. We created the assessment plan in Recife that evaluates the educational processes. So we assessed the fluency, then we did a summative assessment, and also we assessed the process for first and second grade. In terms of literacy, we focused in first and second grade, although we apply an assessment in the other years as well.
But in the complementary material, we also have present the other materials that is the literate child from the state. And we have created materials to finish that cycle, to close the cycle. So instead of also, in addition to having the material from the state, we have those in the first letters. We have material for the state. We also have materials for the teacher, but we did not have for the students. So we created that for the students also. And then we complement what we already had and what we use until today, and in collaboration with the state and created by our network in Recife. So we understood that we needed to go forward. We take more steps. We understood how it was valuable to create materials with a point of view for early education. And we understood then that the stage of preschool was very important, but that material was very empowering when we began working with daycare. And we realized that was very powerful, and we started looking at the daycares. So then, in addition to the work with the preschool, we started looking at the daycare and developing materials, and I brought some of them, and I'm going to give them as a gift to Bracell Foundations. It's things that we have developed with our own network, and the nicest thing is something that we're developing with our own daycare. So they're being authors also of the materials. So this experience is great. So the Vem Ler, which is this material I'm showing here, which is Come Read With Us, and it is focused on reading. As you can see here, these are proposed of methodologies for reading. We're in the volume 2, so we have volume 1 and 2, and we distribute them in our units of early education. So you can see Matia saying the importance of working with reading in the process of turning the child to a literate child. And we use this in Recife, and we also, there's a material which I am particularly fond of, which is this here, which is something which is a pet. In Recife we say, this is my pet thing, come play with us. And it's not necessarily, it's not something that's disconnected with the process of development. It is a play with it has to do with the curriculum, with the point of view of the government also. So in this material here we see that, okay, I'm almost finishing. It's this material that I'm showing you here, because this material was developed by our educational team. So afterwards I'm going to, I can't hear, okay, so you have proposals here of play, of games that can be developed, and the materials that are to be used. There are areas of learning which are foreseen in the legislation, and this is something that has to do with the curriculum that we developed in Recife. So I'm pointing this out to everyone. So, and the nice thing about this whole story, then we developed volume 2 and volume 3. So it was so well acknowledged by our system. Then when we invited the daycares, so for them to propose games, so we could develop new materials. So soon we will have volume 4. So we have the objects, so we have the objectives of development that have been 100% developed by the teachers that are working in our daycares. So we think we have people who have masters, I think masterships, master's degrees and PhDs are important, but this learning that is compiled in these volumes has to do with the collaboration, the work that we've been doing. So to close my idea, so from a project where we learned a lot with the cycle, with the literacy, when we began the literate child, that goes from teaching children in becoming literate in Recife. And this is very powerful, so we can take huge leaps. And I think the government is very proud, and we are very proud because in 2021, Recife was the 21st place in terms of literacy. And we have now in 2023, we are the sixth place in terms of the capital cities of each state in Brazil. So we had no idea we had taken such huge leaps. So we can see these projects, they have great results. So we can see the work developing in our network, and we believe so much in this, in the collaboration, and also that I'm sure Paio is going to speak a lot about this. So if a system of collaboration is so powerful when it involves states and municipalities, and we saw what has happened in the state of Ceará, then we've just seen what happened in Pernambuco. So can you imagine? And then they're going to be sharing. If we have all the states related and working in collaboration, we're going to have a huge project. And this is the first time that we can have a real collaboration within the 3 levels of government, and then we can actually transform our education in Brazil in an intense collaboration system, and then benefit the children and for early education and the literacy of our children. Thank you very much. Fred, thank you very much for your talk. Fred talked about the perspective of the municipality and the benefits of the municipalities. And now we're going to listen Hélio. He is professor of the network in Campo Grande. He has an undergraduate degree in geography. He works in the development of the state in the Pantanal region. He has a master's in education in the University of Mato Grosso do Sul. He has occupied different roles in Campo Grande and in the Secretary of Education Mato Grosso do Sul in Campo Grande, and he's currently in the Secretary of Education in Mato Grosso do Sul. And Vice President of... thank you, Marcia. I have no presentation, Fred, but I would like to begin greeting my colleagues. Yes, we all together, Papain was not there with us. I'm not going to say the name of all of them, but several of you who are here today, I would like to congratulate Fundação Bracell Foundation for organizing this meeting. And I would like to talk a little bit about from the outlook of the states in terms of the collaboration system and what Mato Grosso do Sul state has been doing lately. I usually say in relation to early education that we started afterwards. In 1988, early education was not even seen as part of the educational system. So we used to look at primary, middle, and high school, and then we focus with access, then in keeping, retaining the students, and now we have, until 88, early education was a deposit of children to support the needs of the family, then the learning process of the child. So in 88 was the turning point when the Brazilian society via legislation changed. But Brazil is slow in making changes, and effectively the public network only began making the transition in the early year 2000s. And Professora Cecilia was our Secretary of State, and at the time she was the Secretary of the Municipality. She had we're talking about, this was 20 years ago, wasn't it, when we had a transition phase. So in that time, a large part of Brazil had early education as an assistance system, where, I'm sorry, I hate using this term as a deposit, but my objective is to deposit. It was a place where we'd leave the child while the child needed to work. And there was a lesser focus on the need of looking at that child as a learning focus. So this is more recent, the focus of teaching, of the process of learning. And then I'm talking mostly about from the point of view of management. And when we talk, I think Fred sees that a lot as Secretary of State and now as Secretary of the Municipality, which is the increase in demand. We see an increase in demand to service this increasing demand, but at the same time, states and municipalities have a relationship where the municipality have the primary school, lower school, and the state have middle school, and they were not looking at the early education. So the municipality would take care of the primary and middle school, and closing agreements with states, and there's a lack of a system that to organize the organization of the Brazilian educational system. The municipalities, together with states, they agreed to look after the primary and middle school, and then early school. So I say that elementary school, is it the responsibility of the state, of the municipality? So this is the child of divorced parents. And then we see in the scenario there's the early education child who is like, also I need space, I need teacher, well capacitated teachers. And this is from the point of view of management, this is where we're at nowadays. The municipality, they have to renegotiate who's going to look after the middle school children, because you can imagine the offer of space, of teachers, and also I usually say the failure that we see in the offer in a whole day school is because we do not have space. The townships, we do not have space. So the mayors of cities, they cannot increase the number of hours of these children in school if they do not have enough space. They cannot increase the hours because they don't have enough space to put these children in, and then we have to look where are we going to put the early education children. So how can we think we have legislation for that? It foresees support for middle school, but the expectation is to have whole day school for even early school, so there's no space to put everyone in the school. So part of the impossibility of increasing the number of vacancies in preschool is because mayors, they are consistently seeking for more physical space where to put these children in. So the process that we're in is we're at the point where we have to reanalyze, reassess the role. So, and how are we going to act on this in this process? And then I'm going to something that Rita said, which drew my attention, is this: why is it only in education the regime that a system of collaboration exists? Because this type of regime, it's a way of minimally organizing a structure that's not organized. For example, in health, it's very clear to see the role of each entity. When we look at social assistance, it's very clear to see the role of each entity in social assistance. When we look at security, it's very clear. In education, the roles of each entity are not clear. We do not have this structure, this organization. We do not know what municipality, the state, what their roles are. It's not clear. So we depend on a collaboration system, which is a strategy, and this is, for example, in my opinion, this is a public policy which happens in other areas, in transport, where I have to negotiate with the mayor, for example, where I negotiate with them with a fee, the ticket of the transport, or whether it's with the education. But beyond that, we depend on the positive willpower of the management for education. We have to have our education system minimally organized. We cannot depend on the goodwill of the public management, because this is the good management is a public, it's a government policy. It's not guaranteed perpetually. We have that to have established in a clear norm, and we're all here present, for example, today here in this discussion, but unfortunately, we cannot say that nowadays we have extremely polarized structures, but that cannot put in risk the quality of the education of our children. So the system of collaboration is genius, but it needs to be organized so we can collaborate. So we're not doing negotiations, because it ends up being a negotiation, because I have to sit down with our municipal secretary and sit one by one and tell them, let's work on literacy. And one by one, we shouldn't even be asking this question. I shouldn't have to meet with the secretary of a municipality and say to him, look, let's improve that. Let's improve literacy. But it still depends today on dialogue. I love dialogue. I was born with this, but I have a strong point of view. We think we have to upgrade. It is possible to work in a collaboration, in an organized collaboration, but we need to go forward where we can establish that in reality. So when we speak about determining the role of all the entities, yes, that's the future of the Brazilian education, but we need to get there. So today we have in Mato Grosso do Sul, we have a harmonious relationship with our municipalities, and I would like to register here with Fred. We have the PENAIC, because probably I don't know who worked with this system in the past. So there was a PENAIC, which is a program, and it was a school where we learned in this program. It was largely expected. It developed in Ceará. It was a system where we worked in huge collaboration. It was an inspiration for a system of collaboration, not just for literacy, but also we also foresaw in the system the training of teachers. And in Ceará, in Ceará, in the state of Ceará, they used to work with the training of teachers, and in the secretariat at the time they had began already done this. There was a rivalry between municipalities, which in the beginning of a process happen, which are different educational teams. They have a little bit of competition there, but that's natural of the system. That happens in the system. So the story of this system of collaboration exists. But in Mato Grosso do Sul, we are now at a point where we are working beyond the training, but we're now planning, whether it's planning the number of enrollments, because we cannot have networks that are concurring. We have to have a planning regarding the number of enrollment, so we can offer so we can have an integrated system. So if a student goes from the municipality, from the network municipality, and if they go to the state schooling system, so they go back and forth, then they go to private school. So we have to have a way to follow this child. So in Mato Grosso do Sul, we are going to a system of one system of an only register enrollment. We're working with children, with the planning urban planning teams also, so the child can go to a school close to where they live. So we have to plan that, and we have to investigate that with the municipalities. So the regime of this system of collaboration is not only within the educational system. It has to do also with the urban planning, so I can know where I have to build schools and where the teachers are going to work. And in terms of the state, in more immediate terms, we have 20,000 new vacancies, so that the municipalities, we spoke to our secretaries from each municipality, and we realized that they needed 20,000 more vacancies in early education. We have our communities, our minority communities, so the municipalities can take in that demand that is surging, because the state government is not covering that. We have thousands of children without a spot in a school. It's not a question of A or B. The thing is, Mato Grosso, we have children that come from Paraguay, from Bolivia. Some of them, they use an address in Brazil but live in Paraguay, so they go from back and forth on the border, and they come to our schools. They live on the other side of the border, but they're not in the census of the municipality, because they actually live in Paraguay, but they go to our schools. So what we did was opened up the number of vacancies in schools, and next year we're going to have a robust program to build new units, new school, which is one of the biggest challenges of our mayors. And something else that I would like to show you is a worry that we have of the specificities, especially our communities. How can we work early education in an indigenous community? How can we work that in a community of Black people, and in a camp, which is a reality that we have in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, in the Maroon communities, for example? How does it work with them? We have very specific communities. And so how can we take early education for everyone in an egalitarian way and in a structured way? In Mato Grosso do Sul, we have FADEB, which Professor Cecilia is working with, in literacy in native language of indigenous communities. Now we have 4 native languages for this community, and the focus on literacy has caused a huge problem with the literacy in the mother tongue. So for example, if we have goals in Portuguese, if we are also have the native indigenous language, so how are the teachers going to work with those two languages? So we have to collaborate with the municipalities and prepare materials for mother tongue. Then we have to follow the plan, the state plan for literacy, so that we may guarantee the focus of these children in these communities that are more distant and that need to be looked at. And then we have 2 lines, which is in infrastructure, offer of vacancies, and training of teachers, and guaranteeing the mother tongue in the process of literacy, which is a huge challenge. And I think all the states here, I'm talking about the 27 states of Brazil, each one has its own difficulties, whether it's the district, the federal district, which is huge and it's very complex, or whether I'm talking about the state of Amazon, which are thousands of children are serviced remotely, but they will all benefit from the regime, from the system of collaboration. We need to urgently establish the role of each entity, so we don't depend only on dialogue, because it is a right of the child to be established in the system that can guarantee the quality of its service in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And now we'll give the floor to Enrique Paim, that is the Director of Development and Public Policies regarding Education in the Getulio Vargas Foundation, and it's a professor at the Federal University in Rio Grande do Sul, speaking about the different levels he was Minister of Education and worked in the Ministry of Education, President of F&E, and Director of the Social Area of the National Bank of Development. Currently is Director of Public Policies and Management of Getúlio Vargas Foundations. So, Paim, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the invitation done by Edu Queiroz and Alejandra. It is a great satisfaction to speak to such a wonderful audience and with so many friends and partners in my trajectory in education. Also, I would like to greet Marcia, that has worked so much in the state of Ceará. And I used to say that was in the Ministry of Education in the past used to be Ministry of Education and Culture. That is the initials as MEC. And I used to say that there's a Ministry of Education of Ceará, with C of the state of Ceará, because of the so many resources that were and funds that were allocated to the projects there. I would like to congratulate Fred. He's a dear friend with whom I shared so many debates and panels with a huge experience from the municipality and the state, and Elio that represents the Consejo, but is a secretary that does a very important work in the education in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul and in Brazil. So being in this panel with all of you, it's an honor. So we are a late awakening in education, and regarding early education, it's even a later awakening. When we speak about the Constitution, and in fact, when we look at the history in terms of the educational reform, Brazil has done one that was quite profound and promoted public education to guarantee the right of education just for by the Constitution sanctioned in 1988. In fact, that was the starting point of the governance in terms of the institutional framework. And it was an important turning point for education. This governance that is reflected in the Constitution was extremely complex. We did work some time ago that was comparing the education in Brazil with other federative countries, and especially those that are based in cooperation. There are two countries that can be highlighted in comparison to Brazil that has these characteristics, that are Argentina and Mexico. We can see that in those countries there is a process of decentralization that reaches provinces as a state level. They don't reach out the level of municipality, allocating responsibility to the municipalities in terms of education. And that's key. And that makes us a very different creature than other countries that have a federalist system. We have a very important degree of decentralization. That's not a problem, because we have countries such as the United States or even China that works at the district level. And As we are speaking about a federative system based in collaboration that follows national guidelines, that is a very complex system to put in practice. So, and in the same happens in the area of health. The municipality has autonomy. They have a degree of responsibility that is similar than the state and the country. So, in the municipality, regardless of their technical capacity, we have the same attributions, and even regardless their size. We have municipalities with 1,000 inhabitants that take this responsibility regarding education, and municipalities that have 10 million inhabitants that have the same kind of responsibilities and that are better prepared technically. In terms of health, we will see that there is a shared collaboration that has a hierarchy. So not all the instances have the same technical responsibility. So a municipality that have the 3 levels of complexity and technical capacity. Otherwise, they will serve basic education, basic health. And that's not the case of education, and the collaboration between the federal level and state level and municipality. So we have the constitution at federal level, and the law that rules education that somehow allocates the responsibility in each of these levels, but we still lack something more organic so as to have a real collaboration that allows to move forward in all the spheres regarding education. For that to be so, we have to look at education from a systemic point of view from the Ministry of Education. We can never separate, as it was mentioned already by by Professor Degachi, that the role of at federal level regarding the teachers' training. That's a very important role. We have to exercise this role so as to promote universities to offer courses for early education and also to provide better professionals that can be allocated to the early education, and also for the federal level to cooperate with the states and municipalities to better serve early education. So we have made progress. Sometimes we forget about this. And Elio mentioned some recent examples. When I started working at the Ministry of Education, that was in 2004, 20 years ago, we were facing very severe situations in terms of education. So we were very limited in terms of the services provided regarding early education. We managed to broaden these programs to serve children in terms of nourishment and nutrition. So, and even the programs regarding paradidactic books didn't reach early education. So we even have the issue that we had a fund for education that had the role of bridging the gap of the inequalities in between states that only serve elementary schools. We enlarged that to basic education. That was a very important move, and we had to struggle a lot back then, where we presented a motion at Congress, an amendment to the Constitution, where we tried to include preschool. So a lot of mobilization was promoted so as to include the education from 0 to 3 years old in this fund. That was key. So, since this process, it's quite recent, we need to move forward in many areas. When we created the basic organizations in terms of quality, I would say that we are in a different level now, that we have made some progress, and that we need to broaden these initiatives. I would like to call your attention to some points that are really important. The first one is the need that we have to implement and pass in Congress the national system of education. That's key. It's very important, because without the national educational system, we would never be able to attain the collaboration system that is effective and efficient. So it is necessary to have the chance to collaborate between the federation, the state, and municipalities, but especially between the state and municipalities. Today, it is very difficult from the Ministry of Education to reach the municipalities without the support of the municipalities. When we speak about early education, I see that is really important. In the case of early education, we don't have a division of responsibilities. So that responsibility falls only in the municipality. So given these asymmetries, they need the technical support from the states to move forward. So we have a capital city as Recife or Fortaleza and other capital cities. Frederica presented this beautiful material about literacy. It's a very interesting initiative. So what are the municipalities that will be able to produce materials of this kind? That's very difficult. So it is important to have this support from the federation and also from the state for the municipalities to be able to have better training programs, better pedagogical materials for this municipality to be able to carry out a better work and service that have a direct impact in literacy and the possibility for a child or a youth to finish the basic education. If we know, if we don't have the required investment, it is very hard for us to get students finishing school. And that's one of the bottlenecks we have in the education in Brazil. So early education, it's key. And it's where we have the biggest inequalities. starts from 0 to 3 years old. When we look at the results, we will see that there is a difference between those that are poorer and richer. So we will see that we can see the richest ones, we see that we can attain the goals, but when we speak about the poorest, we're very far from it. So and that gap is even bigger in this stage from 0 to 3 years old. So we really need a very clear policy regarding early education at federal level, but with the support of the state governments. I see that I always mention every time we have an article at the newspaper saying that Brazil had the worst education in the world, and that we have, because the low rates in the municipality, that's very detrimental to education, because that professor that is working there will have a huge impact in their self-esteem. So we need to speak about the positive aspects. And I would like to congratulate the Minister of Education for including in the national commitment of to literacy early education. But it is important to accelerate the pace in the improvements in these regards. We need to allocate more funds for teacher training and the different aspects regarding early education, and to strengthen our work in this area using the states to promote the technical assistance to the municipalities.
Another point that I would like to talk about, I've gone over time already, but I would like to talk about also that I think we need to rethink also the organization of the Ministry of Education. What is happening? That moment where we lived when I used to be at the Ministry of Education 11 years ago, we had a ministry that had we had much more power in terms of financing. So we created a ban, which was a very important instrument. So many states, they participate, and then we improved a lot of things in several, and the quality of the demand of the municipalities and of the states, and we could improve, and we were able to improve the offer of the nation and of the Ministry of Education and the offers of the state to the municipalities. But today our resources have been reduced a lot. In Fundeb, it has taken a huge step because it has increased a lot the complementation of the financing. But when we look at the states from the northeastern part of Brazil, there's something very important. There has been an added amount in the salaries of the teachers, which was something that we had with the resources that are destined for. They used to be distributed according to the collection of the taxes, and now recently has been changed. This law project had been in the Congress for many years, and now we have a new criteria. It's based on the criteria of the enrollment. So the states of the northeastern part of Brazil and north part of Brazil, they are going to increase their resources as they are going to have a complementary source of financing. So we have to think now that I think this is something that can be used by a lot of entities that in the system, is that we need to induce the technical assistance via the states. So the ministry needs to be redesigned. So we need to think that how are we going to using the PAR system, use the resources that are being increased at one end, whether it's in states and municipalities, how can they be better destined? And and in that way we will be able to resolve many things. I will end my talk here. I would like to say thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to talk about education to people who are so highly qualified, and I'm here at your disposition. Thank you. Thank you. We now have a few questions for you, and 2 minutes for each one of you to answer, please. First one is for you, Fred. How can the municipalities articulate with the state in the sense of strengthening for early education in terms of access and quality of service? Well, I think Pai and Hélio both, they touched a very important point. They mentioned something important, the expansion of early education for the in terms of number of classrooms and especially for daycares, which is a greater challenge, which we have the problem of access to daycare. We have a huge, an important challenge. I think for the greater part of the country, I think Pain talked about that. I think the role of the state and the federal government is very important. Otherwise, we're going to take a longer time so that the municipalities can actually, one of my mayor, he doubled the number of vacancies, and I saw how that demanded from us. That was not an only strategy, it was only just build schools and expand schools, expand daycare units, and we had projects, new building sites. There were several fronts that were open, so it's a huge challenge which has to expand. In Recife, in the city of Recife, there are whole day school daycares which have limitations. So for the daycare, which has to be, this is the hugest per capita of probably the double number than the elementary school, because the children have 5 meals a day, not one. It's not one professional. We have at least 3 professionals for each classroom. So it's a huge challenge. So the role of the federal government for the expansion of access, that I'm talking about the building of units, and also we have to have policies that are very important. But I think that the role of the state is in the capacity of articulation. Now talking about literacy, we see this in the programs of literacy. We see that Pain talked about this, and Hélio also. They show that this is a very important part for early education. So we have to have a union of and collaboration, and I have to finalize what both my colleagues said. We do not depend only on the goodwill. We have to go beyond. We have to go beyond the pretty storytelling. We can tell the nice and pretty stories of the past. Well, that's not enough. We have to reduce. We have to start making and telling the story of Brazil as a whole, and that depends on the collaboration of everyone, and that has to be better structured. We're not able to hear the. Okay. Early education is many times not the priority of the state secretariats of education. How do you think that can be changed so that the states can support the municipalities in relationship to those policies? To begin with the funding, with the budget. So I'm not sure who it was, there was a publication that many states are putting a budget for early education. So the municipality, beyond needing a structure, we have to remember that the municipalities are not equal. A lot of them are not, a huge number of municipalities, they do not have a infrastructure. So when we propose a daycare, we need a whole infrastructure. We need to have a payroll, we have structure of meals, nutrition, so transport. So the state needs to put in their budget funding for structure or the structure. So that will depend on the willpower of the management of the state. I think this is not should depend on their positive willpower. I think it depends on I think it's part of the public responsibility. It is part. So it doesn't make sense if we do not have early education. So we still make a difference between the uniform of students that come from state schools or municipality schools. So we have to think of the student who is going to have a trajectory in the educational system. So a huge number, 90+% of students have had problem in early education, and we need to plan. So we have to stop thinking in putting out fires, and we need to start planning. So in Mato Grosso do Sul, we're in an early stage, but we have to coordinate. We have created a coordinatorship of early education, and in 2015 we have been asked, why are you inventing this? Because you guys don't have daycare. But do you need a coordination for that? Yes, we do, so we can train the teachers, because a lot of states do not have a structure for early education, because we are demanding for the government, for the state education. So we have to see, it is the responsibility of the state to look at early education. Now your question. Federal programs have higher chances of hard results when it's working, they're working with municipality, or do they have to, or when they are involving the states? Well, I think I've already talked about a little about that, but I think yes. If I'm convinced of that nowadays, that if what I see, I study, and currently I study a lot about management, and I am working with state and municipal governments, and I think, which is the symmetrics of there are municipalities that do not need that much support from the state. If you take the capital city, they can have a good policy, consolidated and well organized. So it's and they can carry out exceptional work. But if you have a municipality that's small, that don't have a good structure, but they have some municipalities that they have a collection of per capita. If they do not have any support, technical assistance from the state, they will not develop. Of course, there are states. There are different kinds of states in Brazil. So some states they face difficulties in their own state. So fundamentally, I believe that we need to have in Brazil more. We need to think more that we cannot think of that a child, a student, it belongs to the state network or municipal network. We have to look at that child, and that they have the right to study, and it is the duty of the nation, whether it doesn't matter whether it's the father, the mother. They don't want to know if the network is municipal or state. Of course, we need to work with the parents, and we need to make them worry more about the quality, but it is essential that we make them understand that we have a national concern with the education of children. So national system of education is so important, as as important as other structural policies that we need to make our National Congress to awaken. I think that it's more important that we start discuss that. If we approve the educational system, then we'll be able to have a national program. So I think the system is more important. Thank you very much to the 3 participants of this session. We could have a small retrospective of early education and seeing it as our the youngest child in a family that is slowly conquering its space. So we have financing, but it's not the ideal yet, but we have had gains and in this trajectory, and we have a huge number of challenges, but the system of collaboration does work, and with that we can coordinate better and support better the actions as a society, and in front of all and in face of all these diversities that we have and the territorial differences that we have, and by using this collaboration system we can actually guide the different states and municipalities that are in dire need, or more need. And I believe that the co-responsibility of the union, of the state, for education, I think this is very important. And when I began working in my state, I think people were working the whole life that someone would wake up and lead the way in lead education. And I think that was a huge motivation, and it boosted the education. I think some states have a system of collaboration that are an inspiration to other parts of the country. So I think that we don't want just a system like this working just in the state of Ceará. We want to see other states working hand in hand, and we're all here from different states, and we want to see that collaboration happening so that we can overcome the educational challenges, which are huge. And I would also like to leave a message of hope, which I've seen so many beautiful things happen in the realm of education. And although there is a lot of unprepared teachers, and I've seen that being changed actually. So when I see that in Ceará, in the state of Ceará, when we began, we were one of the worst states in terms of performance. And when we began the projects in our state, and when we started working this, we didn't need to kill anyone, substitute anyone. We worked with what we had there. These people, they responded well to this challenge because they had support. It's not the fault of the teachers. It's very complex to be in a classroom without having been adequately prepared. So that's why I also believe that continued training with this view, that is the work that the teacher needs to develop within the classroom, and helping and supporting them in how to deal with the classroom, how to plan better. I think that kind of training with this bias, with this practical bias, I think it's very important, and with the routine work on a daily basis, I think it can produce good results. I have seen almost miracles happen. So I believe that we are capable of improving and having a country with a better educational performance, because we have to go there, because 80% of our population is in the public network of education, because if we don't that, and only 20% are in the private network of schools. And something, just to finalize, something that you shared, we have to go beyond it being a policy of the government, but a state government policy, and we can transform, we can make those states become aware of their responsibility, so that we can work better as a nation, and we can have a beautiful education in our country. And we think as a people we can do, and I believe in us, in the Brazilian people, as our people. Thank you. Yes, and let's move forward. Thank you to each of you in participating. Marcia, thank you very much for moderating the system. I would have to thank our participants, Frederico, Hélio, and Henrique. And we're at the end. And now we're going to have a closing session. I would like to invite to the stage again Rebecca Otero from UNESCO in Brazil, Mozart Ramos from University of São Paulo, and Alejandra Milas Velasquez from the Fundação Bracell. Welcome, Alejandra. Can I have a round of applause for them, please?
Alejandra, começamos com você, que está
We can start with you, Alejandra.
Obrigada, gente.
The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Abusando da generosidade de
We
vocês.
are
Então eu vou me ater aqui à minha folhinha para ser o mais
demanding more
Primeiro,
generosity
gostaria
regarding
de
the
agradecer
time.
a
So thank you very much for
todos,
your
todas aqui
patience
por
and
essa
support. Thank you very
jornada
much
de
for
muita
being with us
aprendizagem, compromissos,
in
coalizões, a
this
todos os
day with so
presentes
much commitment
também,
and all the
através
presents
do
through the
streaming, das
streaming
redes sociais
that
que acompanham online.
followed us in the
enfim,
social
falar
media,
que o
and
ponto
then
de partida da
the starting
Fundação
point
Bracell
in
não podia ser
the
mais
Bracell
esperançoso
Foundation couldn't be better.
esse encontro nos traz.
This gathering gives a lot of hope to us. We see a lot of partners that are really committed and that work in the field of early education. We had a public with important
A gente
experts
planejou esse encontro pensando em aproximar
and
em todas as
administrators.
mesas que a gente
So
conseguiu, o terceiro setor, a
we
academia, o
involved
governo,
the
e muito
academia, the
pertinente aí a
government,
frase inicial da
and
missão da
NGOs,
UNESCO,
and also the UNESCO.
Vou aqui repetir as palavras
I'm going to repeat
que a Carolina compartilhou
Carolina's
conosco,
word
né? Juntar pessoas e nações, né? No
to
nosso caso, vou
work
acabar
together
a
with
frase
different
diferente,
nations
né? Para
and
garantir uma
initiatives to
educação
guarantee
infantil de qualidade. A gente
high quality
precisa
early
desses
education.
múltiplos
We need
esforços.
all these
As
initiatives.
mesas nos lembraram de
So the
muitas
different
conquistas
panels
na educação
reminded
infantil,
us
né?
of many
Anos de luta,
victories
né?
in this
E a
field.
gente teve o privilégio de ter
And we had the
muitas
privilege
pessoas à
of
frente
having a lot
dessas
of
conquistas aqui conosco, compartilhando
the protagonists
experiências no
of
palco e
these
também,
victories
generosamente
with us
escutando
today.
e aí na plateia compartilhando
As
durante o
part
café,
of
durante
the
o
public
almoço.
and sharing their experiences during lunch
Parte
and the coffee
desses
breaks.
conquistas, né,
Past,
foram mencionadas,
part
as
of these
normativas
victories
nacionais e
were mentioned,
internacionais das metas são
the
ambiciosas.
national and
Felizmente,
international
no Brasil,
norms.
para
We
citar
have
alguns
a
exemplos que
very
foram
ambitious
trazidos aqui, o acesso à
goals
pré-escola,
as
que
the
avança
access
para se
to
tornar
preschool
universal, a
that
meta
is
para aumentar o atendimento em creche,
paving the way to
ambiciona
become
agora passar de 37%
universal,
para 60%,
also
como a
the
nova PNE.
attaining at
A criação de políticas
60%
destinadas à
of
ampliação de
attendance,
infraestrutura e a melhoria de
public
condições do
policies to
atendimento.
improve
O
infrastructure
professor
and
Paim
services,
trouxe pouco
as
desse histórico, né,
Mr.
na mesa
Pain
anterior.
mentioned in the previous panel.
A base nacional comum
The
curricular,
the curriculum national base
também
that
muito ambiciosa
is
e
also
muito
quite ambitious and
boa, muito no sentido de aonde a gente quer ir, as diretrizes
and very clear about the parameters that are going to be promoted, widening funding, considering more equitative allocation of funds in long-run programs, including the different spheres of government at different levels in terms of knowledge generation. The academia worked in research regarding early education and is gaining momentum. And as Professor Rita mentioned, these frameworks can be very advanced, but do not guarantee the right of access. So we have many challenges ahead. As Esther Duflor mentioned, we have to make sure that what happens at school is happening of what is taking place in the homes of their children. And we have specific complexities regarding early education. For instance, these advancements didn't reach everyone in the same degree. As Alexandra mentioned and many other panelists mentioned, the inequality is a important characteristics of the early education, and it's quite perverse. The quality of early education starts with the impediment in doing efficient diagnosis, so as to be taken as a base for public policies and to guarantee a good education of good quality. Then we heard a preliminary analysis for the design and implementation of public policies and practice in the classroom. We need the assessment of these interactions and the assessment of the implementation and of the impact of these practices, and that will focus on not only the future but also the present and current moment of these children. All this should be done in parallel initiatives and in a complementary way. Another challenge was mentioned by Professor Bernardetti, speaking about the complexities of early education and the lack of priority in terms of public policies and norms. And Professor Barbaro proposed rethinking about continuous education, and not just to outbalance the lack of competencies of the professors, but also to provide support that allow a transformation in the practice. And Claudia show us the need to think about the different dimensions of these public policies in an articulated way. In the last panel, the Secretary Elio mentioned about the challenges in the offer of services, but also the complexity in those that were left behind historically. We need a system of collaboration that wouldn't be needed if we wouldn't have such a decentralized system as we have. So I got really inspired by Marcia's words, acknowledging anyway, despite of all these challenges, that we also need to reflect what we attained and how to overcome the challenges. Fernando Abruzio about this research in the collaboration system that should be broadened to the different instances of a state. So assume a commitment to promote a space for the dialogue about early education annually, but we were provoked to fill this gap in between the years and in between symposiums, just to think of another project on more permanent basis. So perhaps you can give a spoiler of what we are planning and what we are thinking about. And then we spoke about with Rebecca and see how we can working throughout the year in this initiative. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Well, I usually speak a lot, but when I was approached at the beginning of the year, speaking about the plans that we were able to implement throughout the semester, I really thought about the relevance of this subject and how much needs to be done in the country. And we're thinking about the different strategies that we have to think about the system of collaboration. But one of the things that I learned in Todos for Education, everyone, that mobilization is needed. But we need to work on permanent basis. It's a pity. We have had a very reaching day. It was unanimous in the coffee break. Everyone was really enthusiastic about it. But if we stop here and we wait for a year, that's it. Well, so all this energy will dissipate very soon. And that's what I was proposing, that perhaps we can join efforts with Katia and from the Institute of Advanced Studies of the USP in Ribeirão Preto. We can propose a program treating some of the challenges that were mentioned and that creating, well, I'm a chemist, and in chemistry we had satellite meetings before the big gatherings, so as to gain momentum. And so how about organizing the satellite events throughout the year, where the first 6 months can we deepen in the topics we have were mentioned here in this event, and in the 6 month before the CAMI event in the next year, we can prepare for it. So then we can work as a consequence of everything that was discussed here, linking the best challenges. That would be our preliminary agenda, and then we can start creating the conditions for our gathering in 2025. I understand that Bracell Foundation were very effectful in working in this area, because you had participants of administrators and officials in the 3 levels of government at federal, state level, and municipal level. We had important organizations from the civil society also participating here, so we can organize better organizations and see how we can work jointly with the education system at national level. So this is a proposal, not to stop here, and there is a person that whenever I come in Insper, I always remember that it is now in Brasilia. This Ricardo Fernandez. Fred also likes him a lot. He's brilliant. I had the privilege to work with him in the Institute of Educação, and she has a phrase that he uses a lot. And he said, Brazil can learn from the experience, our own experiences. And that was really clear here. It is important also to learn from other international experiences, and that was, it was very important to hear the experiences in Chile and to hear a Nobel Prize so as to work based on scientific evidence. So we will only be able to make progress when we start working based in scientific evidence.
To analyze how we will be able to help the municipalities and states. A lot of people are working like that. How can we put together the efforts so that we can have a structural effort to improve the effect, so that we can improve Cátedra, so that we can actually help in the other process, so that we can help, and without mobilization, so that we can, without them we can change, without them we cannot make changes. So we need to mobilize knowledge and people. So we need, just with people, without the knowledge, to them we also cannot manage. So when we integrate the two elements, people and knowledge, and we create a new story, a story of mobilization. So for example, what can Brazil help with Brazil? We see here, for example, what we see here in the municipality of Jundiaí, it's sensational what they do. So in these experiences, the successful experiences, we have to show a little bit of how Brazil can help, can learn with Brazil. So once more, I'd like to thank Alejandro and Bia for the opportunity, and I think that we're here to build an encyclopedia, a book that will not just be a starting point. Thank you very much. Well, now it's up to me to finalize. Well, who is going to pay the bill? I wish. Well, okay, okay, I'll pay the bill. Well, I have 2 minutes to 6. I promise I will be brief. I agree with my colleagues. I think we had a very productive day today, and we went from the policies, international milestones, the policies, the training of teachers, the systems of collaboration. We talked about inclusion, equity, also financing, which are very important points also. So I think this is very positive. I myself, I reflected a lot during the day, listening to people, and I think it was very rich, the discussion. I think it was very enriching. The agenda was very well planned. I think from the Bracell Foundation worked hard on this. Thank you, Alejandro, for working on that. And I think the Foundation Bracell is excellent. So it's Beatriz, Alejandra, Eduardo, what a team. It's been a pleasure working with you. And UNESCO, I think we are in that partnership with you. We have a plan designed. So when we leave this meeting, we already have the next steps planned, and we are designing a work a working force, and we are working with our partners also. And we can, as Mozart said, we can work on the challenges that we heard here that are already in studies and in scientific evidence, so that we can work on those fronts. And I think there's the role of UNESCO to chariot that the experiences. Brazil can learn with Brazil, but we can learn from our Latin American counterparts. So we have to think in improvement, in quality. We have a huge partnership with the Ministry of Education, correct, Rita, and with the Secretariat of Basic Education, where is the early education. So I believe that it's that I think that now, Alejandra, we have to put that in a system so that we can begin and redirect our next steps. So that's how we have to work as partners. And I think that these debates, for me, from the debates that we had, that we needed a debate for early education, a qualified debate. And I think that happens there. I think what I heard today I heard it everywhere today. Everyone is like, oh, finally we're talking about early education. So yes, I'm super happy too. I have had that same feeling. I share that same feeling with you. So let's continue these meetings and debates, and let's think of improving them. UNESCO this year has been very difficult because we have the global forum on education, but we will discuss early education on a global level. And then we have a very complex year, busy year, but we will find time to deal and to implement the work plan with Bracell Foundation, who is now our partner, and with the other partners who are here, and continue that. I'd like to thank everyone who's present, to thank the presence of all of you who have stayed until today. We're tired. It's just sitting around and not doing nothing. It seems that we're doing nothing, but our minds are like going full power, so we're exhausted. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I would like to thank you, and I would like to invite Eduardo Queiroz, Director President of Bracell Foundation, to make the final considerations and to say goodbye to the public. 30 seconds. I would like to thank, firstly, the foundation team, Alejandra, who looked after every detail for this event to happen. She looks relieved now, and Bia also. And I thank you, our partners, Rebecca. Thank you, Marlova, also, Mozart, for the partnership, Paula, who's not here. But thank everyone from J. Powell also, who supported us immensely in this project. Insper, who has been a huge partner, and thank each and every one of you for having stayed, not even those who have left, but if there's anyone online, those who are online also, and especially thank the foundation, Bracell Foundation, Priscilla from communication, all the communications team, but all the teams from the other areas also, from the legal area, IT, everyone has worked immensely so that this event could happen. And I would like to invite you to this idea that Mozart has put forward, so to us to continue the conversations that began here. So thank you very much. This is our first event, but Rita, this is our first, but we will continue working on this. We will have more symposia. And that's that. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Good afternoon, and see you next year. Goodbye.